Okay, good evening, everyone. I would like to call today's regular council meeting to order. Before we begin, we acknowledge with respect and gratitude that we are on the traditional unceded territories of the Coast Salish peoples, the Sooke and Shannon First Nations, whom have cared for these lands and waters over countless generations, and we honor their connections and stewardship that continues to this day. Council, we're looking at item number 3, approval of tonight's agenda. I would like to propose one amendment to the agenda. And that would be to move item 10.2, which is the Sooke Storm Fastball Team sponsorship request, to immediately following item 4, adoption of minutes. Yeah, item 4, not 3, adoption of minutes. So that, and at that time, we'll invite a member of the group to speak on behalf of that, but it will be ahead of public comment period. Okay. Is there anyone prepared to do that? Councillor St. Pierre has moved it and seconded by Councillor Bateman. All those in favor, please. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. So 10.2 to follow item 4. Okay, next up is adoption of meeting minutes, regular council meeting of June the 24th and the special council meeting of June 24th as well. Moved by Councillor St. Pierre, seconded by Councillor Beddoes. Any questions or corrections on the minutes from members of council? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor, please. And that's carried unanimously. So now we're moving to 10.2. Exciting news for our community. The Sooke Storm Fastball. So is there a member here that is able or wanting to speak on behalf of the group? We do have your request and your letter to us. Thank you. Okay, please come forward. If you could just grab a seat at the front. Yes, please. And just turn on the microphone so everyone can hear you and just introduce yourself, please. Thank you.
Hello, Mayor, Council. My name is Tommy Bayshon. I am the head coach for the U15C Sooke Fastball team. The U15C team comprises of 13 to 15-year-old players from varying levels, including experience and intermediate and first-year players. This year, we had the pleasure to go to House Hound and play in a tournament there where we won gold. District of Sooke held the district championships here, where the Sooke Storm placed second, and Softball BC requested us to represent Sooke at the provincial championships in Prince George. We submitted an application last week, and our funds for our team to travel to Prince George is around $21,000. We have fundraised by doing bake sales, by going out in the community, raising funds with all our players, and we've raised about $7,500 so far. So our request is for $1,000 to be put forward to help our girls represent Sooke in the community of Sooke in Prince George this weekend coming up.
Thank you. Can I just ask in the audience, which members of the public are here tonight? I can see some of the players that are here. If you could stand up, just give you a round of applause. Thank you very much. We moved you ahead, just given that you probably need a good night rest and probably would not want to sit through all the variance permits and so forth, as exciting as they are. Okay, questions from members of council to our presenter this evening? Okay, go ahead, Councillor Pearson.
I was going to move that council provides a sponsorship to the Sooke Storm Fastball team in the amount of $1,000 with funds coming from council's contingency budget.
Okay, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Beddoes. Would you like to speak to the motion?
Nope. Go girls, go.
Thank you. Councillor Beddoes?
I've seen the young ladies out there at the bottle drive. I've seen them at Canada Day selling muffins. They're very engaged in the community, and congratulations to raise $7,500 in such a short period of time, because you only heard about this, 2 weeks ago or thereabouts. So congratulations on that. There is a negative though. And the negative was that at Canada Day, one of your ball players dunked me in the dunk tank. But I am not going to hold it against them. So I'm happy. I wish we could give a little bit more, but our bylaws are such that that's about the limit we can do. So congratulations to the girls and the ladies, I should say, and good luck in Prince George.
Anything else on the motion? Okay, good luck. I'll call the question. All those in favor, please. That's carried unanimously. Good luck, safe travels, stay hydrated, all that good stuff. We wish you well. Thank you so much for your work. All right.
Thank you.
Of course, you're welcome to stay for the rest of the meeting. But we won't. You can always head out at the same time.
That was a good one.
Okay, thank you, everyone. We'll move into item 5, which is the public and statutory hearings. And each of these items has its own dedicated public input section into them built in. So the first one is 5.1, development variance permit for 5222 Sooke Road. Turn that to staff, please.
Thank you. This application is for a development variance permit at 5220-5222 Sooke Road. The subject property is 2.2 hectares and is accessed from Highway 14. The property slide. The property contains 2 single family dwellings and a shared driveway. Each dwelling is currently serviced by its own private well and septic system. The current zoning of the property is RU2 rural, and it is also designated gateway residential within the OCP. The RU2 zone is unique in that it allows multiple single family dwellings per parcel depending on the parcel area. In this case, for parcels between 0.8 and 3.99 hectares, 3 single family dwellings are permitted. In this case, there are 2. Sorry, yeah, thank you. The owner of the subject property has applied concurrently for a residential strata title conversion to stratify the existing single-family dwellings. The strata conversion application requires that water servicing meets the SDS bylaw standards. And for individual wells, each well must be able to sustain 2,500 liters of water per day. During evaluation of the wells, it was determined that they did not meet the 2,500 liter minimum under existing conditions. The wells were determined to have been operating at 1,970 liters per day for proposed lot 1 and 875 liters per day for proposed lot 2. The well assessment report has provided recommendations to supplement this water service delivery to meet the bylaw standards. Given the well assessment, a variance application is required prior to consideration of a residential strata conversion. Next one, please. This application is therefore proposing a variance to section 3.1D of Schedule 6 of the SDS bylaw to allow for an alternate solution to achieve the required 2,500 liters of water per day per lot. The alternate solution, as recommended by the applicant's engineer, includes the installation of water storage tanks to be installed on each proposed strata lot capable of holding 7,790 liters and 9,500 liters for proposed strata lot 1 and 2. Staff is supportive of the variance subject to the implementation of the well assessment report recommendations. Staff will recommend securing this through the registration of section 219 covenant as a condition of final strata plan approval. In terms of public notification, in accordance with the Local Government Act and district policy, 6 notices were mailed to adjacent property owners and their occupants. No submissions from the public were received. Staff recommendation is that council authorize the issuance of the development variance permit to vary section 3.1D of Schedule 6 of the SDS bylaw to allow for an alternate solution to achieve the 2,500 liters per day per lot. And that this alternative solution include a covenant that requires a water service delivery, including installation of water storage tanks as per the recommendations of the well assessment reports prepared by Active Earth Engineering, dated April 22nd, 2021 and June 1st, 2023. This concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, staff. Are there questions from members of council? Go ahead, Councillor St. Pierre.
Just a quick one. The 2,500 liters per day seems kind of odd with this storage tank that basically provides for 3 days of water. I actually think 2,500 liters is a crazy amount of water for family to use in a day, but I'm just curious why why is a tank of 7,000, I don't know, 800 or so, which is really three times 2,500? Or am I reading this wrong? Because I was curious when I saw that.
Yeah, through the mayor, the report recommendations concluded that the storage tanks here would meet an equivalent standard here of the 2,500 liters per day. And this is to sustain those flows, and it's related to water pressure of the wells as well. So.
So it's not meant to actually replace it, but supplement.
Correct. There's actually a recommendation that the tanks shouldn't go below, I believe it's 560 liters.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
Anything else from members of council? Okay, I'll now invite any members of the public that are here tonight regarding this variance permit application for 5222 Sooke Road. Yes, if you could please come forward and introduce yourself at the microphone. Thank you. I just need to turn it on so we can all hear. Thank you.
My name is Sandra Sherman. Good evening, Mayor and councillors. My mum and dad purchased this property 30 years ago now. And the idea is, he's since passed, and the idea is that we would subdivide. And my brother, who lives on the back half, would be able to put his name on it, and I would be able to put my name on my half, which is essentially how we started the whole process of subdivision, and discovered, after going through a lot of work with surveyors, that our wells did not meet the standard. And the irony is that we've never had a water problem, even though in our area, I know there are lots of water problems. So it is about family here, and just the application is essentially so that my brother and I can inherit specifically the property, and we will have our two halves. I currently live with mum on the property as well. And my brother, as I say, has his home, which he built on the back half of the property. So that's who we are. And that's why we're trying to get this through for the sake of Doug and I. So especially while mum's still around. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for introducing yourself
Thank
and for
you.
being here tonight.
Thank you.
Are there other members of the public that would like to comment on this application? Okay.
Ellen Lewis, I'm very familiar with the property, and they've never had water issues ever. So I'm surprised at this need for tanks for extra water, but I am supportive of the variance. Thank you.
Thank you. Other speakers this evening? Any other speakers? Call for a second time? A third and final time. Okay, so I'm going to close the public input on this particular application. The recommendation before us is that council authorize the issuance of development variance permit PLN 01681 to vary section 3.1D of Schedule C in the subdivision and development standards bylaw number 404/2014 to allow for an alternative solution to achieve the required 2,500 liters per day per lot, and that this alternative solution includes a covenant that requires a water delivery service, including installation of water storage tanks as per the recommendations of the well assessment reports prepared by Active Earth Engineering dated April 22nd, 2021 and June 1st, 2023. It's moved by Councillor St. Pierre, seconded by Councillor Beddoes. Would you like to speak to the recommendation?
No, this seems really straightforward, and I can totally believe they have no problems with water. Just
Councillor Beddoes?
No, nothing to add.
Anyone else? Councillor Pearson?
I know I'm a little late, but through you to staff, just interested in the wording on that covenant piece about requires a water delivery service. And if they don't have problems with their well and they're able to keep up, what does that look like? Are we getting them to prove that they have a delivery service, or is it just that it may be required?
Yeah, through the mayor. Excuse me, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, through the mayor. So the water delivery service would be essentially the delivery mechanism from the tanks itself to the residences. We would ensure that the installation was complete prior to final strata subdivision approval. So that would make a condition of the approval in principle, which is an application that will be coming back to council, I believe, next council meeting.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I may through the chair, I may have misinterpreted it. It looked like we were asking for water delivery service, just the way that was worded. So thank you. Thank you for the clarity.
Anything else from anyone? Okay, I'll call a question then. All those in favor, please. That's carried unanimously. Okay, thank you very much. Next up is 5.2, the development variance permit for 1361 Silver Spray Drive.
Yes, thank you. This application is for a development variance permit at 1361 Silver Spray Drive. The subject parcel is 10 hectares and located at the northern portion of the Silver Spray Comprehensive Development Area. The property is part of the Silver Spray Comprehensive Development Zone, or CD3. This area is specifically CD3B and is designated as comprehensive development within the official community plan. The proposed variances considered here today are all in relation to a 12-lot subdivision. Yeah. So in order to accommodate a greater developable area, this application is proposing to vary section 3.25 of the zoning bylaw to reduce the required building setback from steep slopes, meaning those greater than 30%, from 15 to 0 meters. This primarily affects proposed strata lots 4, 6, 7, 8, and 9. A geotechnical report was submitted with the application that includes recommendations related to the reduced building setbacks. Staff is supportive of this variance, subject to adherence of those geotechnical report recommendations, which will be included as a condition of DDP issuance. Of the 12 proposed lots, fee simple lot 1, located to the north, is proposed as a panhandle lot. Panhandle lots are defined to contain an access strip, which is circled there on the map on the slide. Section 3.14 of the zoning bylaw requires that any lot that could be further subdivided under the zoning bylaw must have an access strip with a minimum width of 20 meters at its narrowest point. This application is proposing a variance to section 3.14 to reduce the minimum width of an access strip from 20 to 16 meters. Staff are supportive of this variance as the property has a covenant restricting further subdivision. Also, there is only a small area or pinch point that you can see circled there that is 60 meters wide. Otherwise, the proposed parcel configuration conforms to the bylaw requirements. Section 2.2A of the SDS bylaw requires road frontage improvements as a condition of subdivision approval to the local urban suburban collector road standard. A subdivision is occurring on both, as subdivision is occurring on both sides of Silver Spray Drive on the red there, the total road frontage is required to be improved combined to approximately 447 meters. A 2-meter wide gravel trail and curb are proposed on the north side of the road in lieu of full frontage improvements to the bylaw standard. Regarding East Sooke Road, the orange color to the south is approximately 56 meters. It's only a small section and no improvements are proposed here in lieu of constructing to the bylaw standard. Some more imagery provided on this slide, and as well as a more accurate depiction of the proposed 2-meter trail on the left image. In the submitted rationale, the owner suggests the rural nature of the Silver Spray development is the reason to modify the standards and provide a gravel trail along Silver Spray Drive to connect to existing trails in the area. The table provided here shows a comparison of the required components of the local urban suburban cross section on the right column versus what's proposed on Silver Spray Drive on the left column and East Sooke Road in the center. But in simple terms, the proposal is requesting that they are exempt from any road improvements and that current conditions remain as is, with the exception of a 2-meter gravel trail and curb on the north side of Silver Spray Drive. Yeah, staff do not support the request to modify the required road frontage improvements based on the following rationale. The Silver Spray Drive Comprehensive Development Zone permits a variety of commercial and residential uses, including lodge, tourist accommodation, chalets, hotel, golf course, marina, as well as up to 127 single-family dwelling units. It's anticipated that this section of road will be well used in the future by residents and visitors. Road improvements increase vehicular and pedestrian safety, as well as improve walkability and other modes of transportation that are critical within our OCP policies. There are also potential financial implications by deferring otherwise developer-funded frontage improvements, should there be a desire to improve this area in the future. There's also limited opportunity to require road frontage improvements, as subdivision potential for this area is limited or prohibited based on the existing covenant, which maxes the density at 12 lots, which is what's being proposed with this subdivision application running concurrently with the DVP. In terms of public notification, in accordance with the Local Government Act and district policy, 9 notices were mailed to adjacent properties and their occupants. No responses were received. Staff recommendation is that council authorize the issuance of the development variance permit to vary section 3.24 of the zoning bylaw to reduce the building setback to steep slopes from 15 to 0 meters in accordance with the recommendations of the geotechnical report. And also to vary section 3.14 C2 of the zoning bylaw to reduce the required width of the access strip for proposed fee simple lot 1 from 20 to 16 meters in accordance with the preliminary site plan attached to the report as attachment 2. And that council deny the variance to section 2.2A of the SDS bylaw to modify the required frontage improvements to the local urban suburban cross section. That concludes my presentation. I believe the applicant is available for questions. Should council have any?
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions from members of council this time? Councillor Bateman, go ahead.
Yeah, so we're dealing with a section of Silver Spray Drive, not far from one that we were 1361 we were looking at back on May 27th. And I think there was a variance D at that time regarding a trail, and that was deferred. Is that correct?
Through the mayor, that's correct.
Okay, so we have yet to make a decision on the rural versus resort community basis for this trail. Yeah.
Other questions? Okay, I'll invite the applicant or any members of the public forward that would like to comment on this.
Thank you, Mayor. My name is Philip Buchanan. I'm representing Monument Holdings for this 10-lot development or 12 lots. We appreciate the favorable response from staff to the initial 2 variances. The 3rd variance has been recommended to not be approved. Our client and ourselves support the curb and the 2-meter gravel trail. I believe that solution for this rural neighborhood within the resort community satisfies good pedestrian and multi-use opportunities for the neighbors to travel along the frontage of the property. And it also fits in with the rather steep slopes on one side of the site and trees on the north side. So knowing the site well and knowing the goals for what we believe are for the community, we hope the council can support the 3rd variance as well. And I'm here to answer any questions if they're asked, if I can help.
I'm just curious, how many units are roughly at Sooke Point? And is this the only way to get there? I believe you.
I would say, I guess, at 500 units at Sooke Point at the resort. And there's throughout the whole development about 120 single family dwellings.
And Silver Spray Drive following East Sooke is the only way through to get to those the points beyond though.
That's correct. There's about 1.5 kilometers of road between the entrance to the resort community and Sooke Point. There has been and still exists a pedestrian trail that winds its way through the forest from the marina, the proposed marina that we hope to open soon, through to Sooke Point. So there is the alternate pedestrian multi-use route. Now it's not level. I won't pretend it's, fully multi-use, but for a wilderness trail, it's gravel 1 or 2 meters wide, off-road, fully walkable, nice hike.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone have any other questions for the applicant at this time? I'll move to public, like other public, so go ahead.
Yeah, so back on May 27th with this variance for the neighboring property, there was a reference from staff stating, referring to the Urban Pathway Master Plan of 2019 with the addition of a 1 meter wide boulevard between the trail and the travel lanes and a non-mountable curb. So that was their recommendation back on, this was actually when it first came up on April 22nd. Does that sound like a reasonable solution there? A 1 meter wide boulevard between the trail and, you know.
So I like the solution. I support it. However, there are, in this case, on these properties that were, no, on this property, if that could be done with perhaps recommendation or input from the director of engineering. There are a few significant trees that if we take the 1 meter boulevard plus the trail, it may impact the trees, but as a standard, if we can separate the two, that would be great. Certainly support it, but we've kept it together to avoid disruption to the trees along the north boundary of that road.
Anything else from the for the applicant, from members of council? Go ahead, Councillor Pearson.
Yes, through the chair. So it's what was it, 447 feet was the frontage on that? On the 12 lots? Is that one? I think it was possible.
It's probably about that length and the 200 on each side, or was it 400 on each side? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I can speak to that. Through the mayor, that would be 447 combined, both frontages.
Oh,
It's
that,
a double fronting property.
okay.
It's over the 12 lots, sorry, span both sides of the road.
Okay. So through the chair to the applicant, the proposed trail that you're proposing, so where does it start? It starts at the beginning of the property towards the East Sooke Road, right? I'm assuming on that
Correct.
end, right? On
Yes.
that, where that red line was. And then where would it end? Where would the gravel trail end? At the end of your property
At the
line?
end of the property, quite close and adjacent to the footpath that crosses from the marina to Sooke Point.
Right.
And the developer proposes to take the gravel trail that is being proposed adjacent to Silver Street Drive and take it the additional 30 meters inland to the existing footpath.
Right. So last question. So from the end of that proposed gravel trail to the next, there is no walkway there, if I can remember from when I drove there. I was trying to picture where it was at. So it would come up and then it would turn to the right, that trail, I'm assuming, and go towards the marina or the top end of the marina?
Well, if you maybe drive in from East Sooke Road, then
Right.
East Sooke Road turns into Silver Spray Drive. It's at that point that the gravel sidewalk protected by the curb would begin, follow for 220 meters adjacent to Silver Spray Drive, and then curve left and uphill to join the existing 1 or 2 meter wide gravel footpath that goes to Sooke Point.
Okay. Yeah, I just was trying to get a picture because it's gravel up on the top of that hill as you get to the next part of Silver Spray, right? Not this property. Because I was trying to figure out where that boundary was. There's just, it looks like about, I'm going to say 100 feet between there. So
Are you talking about what we call the marina lots? There's been
Yeah.
some gravel road.
I think.
The marina lot trail is on the south side of
Right.
East Sooke Road. And there's a fairly wide shoulder, but it has not been extended by the marina lots.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
No.
Okay, go ahead,
Could
Councillor.
we see the map again, Mr. Riley? Could you share you? Oh, Ryan, yeah. No, there was one with there we go. Yeah, okay.
Okay, other questions of the applicants? Thank you, Mr. Buchanan. I'll invite any other members of the public forward, and if something comes up, we'll have you come back.
Thank you for your
Okay,
time.
thank you. Are there other members of the public here tonight that wish to comment on the development variance permit for 1361 Silver Spray Drive? Okay, Guess not. All right. Okay, return this back to council. Do you have other questions of our staff or the applicants? I have one, in the event that the applicant's desire stands, but in the future, the public calls for different frontage, then in that case, would that be a tax funded initiative, or would we go back to the developer and ask them to make those improvements? How does that work? You touched on it lightly in the presentation.
Through the mayor to council, it would be the responsible of the public through taxation. It would not be able to go back to the developer at that time.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? Okay, so go ahead.
Yeah, I'll ask one up through you to, through our CAO to staff. Back to that comment I made earlier about the urban pathway master plan, the addition of a 1 meter wide boulevard between the trail and the travel lanes. And that might be a middle ground solution of a kind. What do you think of all that?
I believe that variance that was granted was on a side street off of Silver Spray where it was happening, where the requirement was to put in a sidewalk and boulevard. It was just a reduced cross section width, but it was not on the main part of Silver Spray Drive.
Okay, never mind.
Okay, so there's a suite of recommendations. We can do them one at a time. The first one is that council authorize the issuance of variance PLN 01794, a variance to section 3.24 of the zoning bylaw 2013 to reduce the setback of a proposed building site to a slope greater than 30% from 15 meters to 0 meters in accordance with recommendations of the geotechnical assessment prepared by Ruzick Geotechnical, revised version April 28, 2023. Moved by Councillor St. Pierre and seconded by Councillor McMath. Would you like to comment on the motion? Councillor McMath, anything from anyone else? Okay, go ahead, Councillor Bateman.
Yeah, so, last time this came up, back on May 27th, I mused aloud that it would be wonderful if Mr. Thornton returned to council and reminded us of his full-scale vision for Silver Spray and the ultimate build-out. I'm thinking there is a significant difference between a resort drive in Parksville, for example, which hosts more than 400 properties and a number of major resorts, and a more rustic setting, as I see it now at Silver Spray when I drive out there. So I guess it comes down to a question of being consistent. And the decision we make tonight will need to be consistent as the further 127 homes develop. So that's I feel I don't have enough information to make a decision of this kind. However, yeah.
The first one is our staff have. Yes.
Well, that's
Okay. I will call the question on the first, because we're just on the first one, okay? And that does have staff's endorsement and they're working with the applicants and have everything in queue, right? Okay. All those in favor, please? It's carried unanimously, thank you. The next one, I think there's just a typo on the screen because I don't know what that. Just on, I think it's 20 meters. Should be probably to 16 meters. Thank you. Okay, just notice that. Is that council authorized the issuance of variance PLN 01794, a variance to section 3.14C2 of the Sooke zoning bylaw number 600, 2013 to reduce the required panhandle width from the required 20 meters to 16 meters. It's moved by Councillor Bateman and seconded by Councillor St. Pierre. Commenting on this, Councillor Bateman? Councillor St. Pierre? Anything from anyone else? No? All those in favor, please? That too is carried unanimously. The next one, I'll read it out, and that council deny the issuance of variance PLN 01794, a variance to section 2.2A of the subdivision and development standards bylaw number 404, 2014 to modify the required local urban suburban cross section. Moved by Counselor St. Pierre and seconded by Beddoes. On the motion, Counselor St. Pierre.
So this is in some ways a subdivision very similar to others in the community that all have sidewalks, including, you know, Sun River and so on and so forth. It doesn't seem to make sense to pass the buck and basically leave it to future residents to try and have sidewalks when they decide they need them. There's a strong staff rationale that anticipates a large amount of foot traffic along that stretch. And it doesn't make sense for us to not include sidewalks at this point in time. And again, pass it on to future taxpayers. The plans are there because they anticipate the future. I do expect that that's going to be a really well-trafficked, well-used resort area. It looks like it's going to be gorgeous. They probably can really use the sidewalks, even though they're expensive.
Counselor Beddoes?
Yeah, it's similar with me is we're talking about, and we have discussed it at length for some time, urban versus rural. And when we're dealing with 700 units, I don't know if that number is quite right, but a lot of units. This is hardly a rural area. I mean, it's connected by a rural area, but that point itself, that many is, I would say it'd be very urbanized. So again, I think that we have a standard for those subdivisions and for sidewalks and the wide streets and a bit of a boulevard. So I like to stick with that. So I think that'd be a good thing.
Thank you. Other speakers? Counselor Pearson?
I'm not going to vote for this. And my reasons is that I don't think a one size all fits always. I think a gravel trail does and can be very attractive, like Resort Drive in Parksville, things like that. Given the rural nature of the area, the ambiance of it, I think it would be quite lovely, but we'll see how it goes.
Other speakers? Counselor Lajeunesse?
Yeah, I think it is the main road, and so I can see the argument for sidewalks here, but to put a small section of sidewalk in would be inconsistent with the rest of the neighborhood. And so I think it would look out of place, just given the rural nature of this development in general. So I will not be supporting this.
Other speakers? Go ahead, Counselor Beecham.
Yeah, I previewed what I'm going to say, but maybe it's a nostalgic fondness for that piece of land out there. It is a beautiful natural spot. I think these homes are being built into the landscape. I believe it's the intention to retain that. You know, you're moving from East Sooke into Silver Spray. The resort areas are at the far point, of course, and we'll be seeing the marina and the golf course, 9-hole golf course, I believe. So yeah, I think just on those grounds, I will be voting against this motion.
Okay, thank you. Counselor McMath, any comments? Okay, I'll just comment that I'm speaking in favor of the motion. I appreciate there is a difference between urban and suburban and rural. However, in areas of Sooke that are rural in nature that now have a tremendous amount of traffic on it, it's creating a severe safety issue for the residents and the pedestrians that live there. There is a destination at the end of this road. There will be a high volume of traffic traveling in and out of this road. And it's always difficult and expensive to go back and fix what we need to fix at a later date. Here all the time to partner with the development community to get the infrastructure when it's needed, when it's under construction. So that's where we're at the moment. So I'm in support of this. So if there's any other speakers, Councillor St. Pierre.
Just as a further comment, keep in mind that if we're going to have a golf course and various other activities happening there, it's not going to be that much fun dragging your golf clubs across a gravel trail there. People would appreciate a sidewalk, trust me. I'm sure you do. And having said that, the sidewalks will make that community more livable, safer, and better. And that's what they deserve. And it shouldn't be up to the rest of the taxpayers to pay for it in the future. The reason we make these decisions in conjunction with the community is so that they can actually have the things that they want. We should let them have it.
Counselor Beddoes?
Yeah, I just want to echo a little bit about that, is that we just went through a strategic planning session and we're told that, we're not just looking to plan for the next 2 or 5 years, we're looking to plan for 20 years down the road. And in the past, sometimes we have not done that, and then the chickens come home to roost. And I think this would be one of them somewhere down the line. We're looking at that when it's fully developed out there. And this was an opportunity for us to have it done right. And then we do a half-baked measure. So I still support my seconding that motion to deny it.
Anything else? Go ahead,
Yeah,
Counselor.
I'll speak one more time and just, this has a very specific CD3 zone. So to get a great deal more density into that area will require a rezoning. And I think people who want to go live in an area like that want to, they're getting away from it all. So I feel on that ground, a 2-meter wide gravel trail connecting to a right of way that travels up into the forest and around and about is consistent. So I'll stay with this and not feel guilty about impacting future generations here.
Okay. Seeing nothing further, I'll call the question on the motion. All those in favor, please. Those opposed? Counselor McMath, Counselor Bateman, Counselor Pearson, and Counselor Lajeunesse are opposed. So the motion is defeated on a 4-3, as I spoke in favor of it. So what's next? I'll look to one of those who defeated the motion. Otherwise, we just sit here with it and nothing happens.
Yeah, I will move that council issue variance PLN 0194, a variance to section 2.2A of the subdivision Development Standards bylaw number 404, 2014 to modify the required local urban suburban cross section.
Okay, is there a seconder? Seconded by Counselor Pearson. Go ahead. Not speaking. Counselor Pearson is a seconder. No. Counselor St. Pierre.
The motion doesn't include exactly how it's modified. Is that just because it's in the documentation and we leave it at that, or do we? It says to modify the required local, but.
So, okay, that's a good question. So
So-
what are we modifying here?
And in what way? Because right now that doesn't speak to exactly what's going to happen.
So does the mover or the seconder have that?
I'm happy to withdraw the motion and turn to staff to give us a motion that will be effective in this circumstance.
So the mover would like to withdraw the motion. Is the seconder comfortable withdrawing it? I don't think,
I can't.
no. So procedurally, it's still on the floor, but what you could do is refer it back to staff. You could,
Whoa, okay. So that it says that council denied the issuance of variance PLN 01794 and a variance 2 of the subdivision development standards bylaw to modify the required local urban suburban cross section. So there must be a definition that council or that staff has that denied the issuance of the variance permit or the variance application. So it should be existing somewhere through you two staff.
okay, I don't have an answer. Just can staff answer that for us? There's a motion, so I can't have you speaking over it. Thank you. Okay, back over to staff or corporate officer, please.
Thank you. If you just a moment here and staff will have some proposed wording in front of you. If the mover and seconder would obtain this friendly amendment.
Okay, thank you. Just wait a moment. Just a question for staff. Is it possible for us to table this to later in the agenda and we can, you got it. Okay, thank you. So there's some language added here that's that says to modify the required frontage improvements from the local urban suburban cross section to a 2 meter wide gravel trail and curb along the north side of Silver Spray Drive. Is that consistent with what the mover and seconder had intended? Yes. Yes, I'm hearing yes. Okay, so now we know what we're modifying and what we're doing, so that's great. Would you like to speak any further as the mover or the seconder on this? Nope. Anyone else on the motion? Councillor Beddoes and St. Pierre.
Yeah, I'll be opposing that motion again for the reasons, here we are making a decision today that 20 years down the road, we're probably going to have to modify it for the expense of the taxpayer. So I don't agree on it. I think that we make a standard now and it's a large enough subdivision that it needs sidewalks. It needs that streetscape, which we have designed. So I will not be supporting that motion.
Councillor St. Pierre.
I agree with Councillor Beddoes on this. I also suggest that staff take note of the language here.
Sorry, just a second, Councillor St. Pierre. Sorry, for those having a conversation, it's difficult to hear. So if you could take it outside or just be a bit quiet. Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor.
I agree with what Councillor Beddoes is saying, and I would suggest, I'm sure they are, that council take note of that staff take note of the language here, because I'm sure that every application for development in Silver Spray will be requiring the same things from here on. And we've made a strong decision in terms of what all Silver Spray is going to look like for the future.
Anything else from any member of council? Share it is putting it down the road, and we know what that's like today. All right. What other areas? Call the question. All those in favor, please. Opposed is Councillor St. Pierre, Councillor Beddoes, and myself, but in this case, it passes on a 4-3. So consider that matter resolved. We'll move on to the next one, which is item 6, an invited presentation, Firesmart Wildland Urban Interface. And we have a presentation tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Good evening. As you suggested, we're going to be talking a little bit about wildfire and Firesmart. It's a brief report followed by a presentation by our consultant. As you're aware, we received grant funding for Firesmart projects. And our goal with this particular item is to educate our community, our firefighters, and our organization on Firesmart initiatives that will help mitigate the impact of wildfire. As we continue to receive grant funding, it is important to allocate monies to education with the funding we've received for 2023. Portion of this will be put towards, as I said earlier, educating our community firefighters and our organization. Over the last decade, staff have worked with and learned from Al Westhaver from Forestwise Environmental Consulting Limited and look forward to sharing his knowledge with our community to set us up for success as we move through climate emergencies. I'm going to offer an apology to Al up front because he didn't want me to read out his bio, but I think it's very important that we recognize all the things he's done over his career with wildfire and such. So I'm going to carry on and then I'll pass it to Al. So Alan Westhaver has worked for Parks Canada for 34 years, mostly as a senior wildfire manager and wildfire behavior analyst. And his subsequent consulting in 1993 and 2013, he played an important role in originating and building and implementing core elements of Canada's National Firesmart program. Most recently, he has focused on promoting and conducting groundbreaking wildland urban fire disaster examinations and researched in such places as Fort McMurray, Slave Lake, Alberta, Lytton, and Kelowna, BC. Much of this has been done in collaboration with the Institute for Catastrophic Loss Reduction and the BC Firesmart Committee. It is published on the ICLR website. He has advised and served dozens of neighborhoods in a number of towns, cities, and regional districts, including his own, as a local Firesmart representative or community champion, and is a passionate advocate for the Firesmart BC Neighborhood Recognition Program. Without further ado, I'll introduce Mr. Alan Westhaver.
Thank you, Ted. He ignored my request. Madam Mayor, councillors, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you and the people of District of Sooke this evening. I appreciate that very much. And after a scorching day like today, and on the heels of incredible summer of 2023 and the wildland urban fire disasters that we observed at communities across Canada, I couldn't blame you at all for asking, could this kind of disaster happen here? And in fact, on the other hand, what could be done to prevent that from happening here? And could things be done? And our answer to both of those is yes, that's true. And that's what we want to explore with you this evening a little bit. Our objectives for tonight are to increase your awareness of the problem situation and also the awareness, the recognition that this could and is a problem here that's affecting the District of Sooke. We would like to talk about solutions to that. And also we would like to gain your support for the Sooke Fire Rescue to move ahead with implementation of the BC Firesmart Neighborhood Recognition Program, which we feel is a very effective, perhaps the best solution there is. And last, we want to leave you with hope that this is a solvable problem. To go ahead, a little bit in terms of the Firesmart recognition, neighborhood recognition program. It has a lot of benefits. It's been implemented in hundreds, if not thousands, of communities throughout the United States and Canada in its Canadian version. It's a great way of motivating people and to take action and to work collectively. It provides the knowledge and a framework for effective action and for people to roll up their sleeves. And at the end of the day, it provides a lot of support to firefighters in aiding their response and their safety when it comes to responding to these disasters. So I want to assure you that it's my views and a view of others that the district of Sooke is at risk from these type of disasters. All the ingredients, the recipes in the fire environment, the weather, the fuel, the topography are here and present. There's no such thing as an asbestos forest, as we're fond of saying on the West Coast and the East Coast. But I want to give you a couple of examples, recent examples. If you think about the maritime communities in Nova Scotia and Halifax last year, horrendous incidents there, hundreds of homes lost and thousands of people evacuated for a significant amount of time. And a fire quickly grew to over 500 square kilometers in an urban area of Halifax. And another fire, there are many examples, but in the Smoky Mountains of Tennessee, of all places, famous place for deciduous forest, in 2016, a single fire that caused 14 fatalities and almost the loss of 2,000 homes, scattered homes in an area not that different from Sooke. So there are surprises out there, but the ingredients are here and present. And if you look at this slide, there are a number of things that are converging trends, three major things that are all on the upward swing, and that is the effects of climate warming have been enormous in Canada. We only need to look at last fire season, where 7 times the average area burned in one single fire season. That's twice as much area burned as in any year on record, and the records go back many decades. Another example of that is 10 of the worst fire seasons ever have occurred in the last 15 years. Things are on an upward trend. There's a lot of increasing development in the area of Sooke district itself, more people, more possible sources of fire, and rising fuel loads. All of those are the key ingredients that lead us to think the probability of a wildland urban fire disaster is increasing as well. The solution, of course, is Firesmart. But what is Firesmart? Firesmart is mainly the practices, principles, and the guidelines that are implemented well in advance of a fire event that have the effect of reducing risk. And those can be implemented at various scales, at the landscape, in the neighborhood, or at the home. And we're hoping and wanting to emphasize work at the local level, as opposed to where most of the work is currently being aimed at the landscape. So the next question is, when do these fires occur? And you should know that 95% of all wildfires are suppressed very quickly at small size by the resources that we have. But actually, 95% of the area that burns occurs during the other 3 to 5%. Those are the fires that are burning under the most extreme conditions, and they virtually always involve high winds and very dry fuels. So it's those extreme conditions that elicit the kind of disasters. If we were to look at the top 20 or 30 incidents in North America, you would find that the thing they have in common is that they all occur during those extreme weather conditions, high winds, and very dry fuel. Even if it's just a day, that's all it takes. And those are the conditions that exceed all limits of fire control. So what is it that causes homes to ignite? very quickly. It's not the big flames, which is all we see in the media. It's the embers that are generated by these fires that are able to surpass any potential fire break and inundate literally a blizzard of embers against homes and raining down on homes and properties. So it's well documented that the vast majority of homes are ignited by embers. So how does this process occur? Again, looking at all of the wildfire occurrences, disasters in North America, there is a common pattern. We saw it again in all of the fires that we've encountered in Canada. First of all, it starts in the sequence is that we get those severe conditions. Then we get an ignition. A wildland fire is moving and moving rapidly, growing at the rate of 10, 20, 30,000 hectares a day. And what we see when those fires come into the vicinity of an urban area, those urban areas are inundated. In some cases, they're contacted by flames at their outer perimeter, but it's embers that are inundating those homes, and multiple homes ignite in a very short span of time. This is how wildfires progress too. Spot fires from embers cause the fire to leapfrog ahead. And in this case, it's leapfrogging and igniting homes. We see that in a very short span of time, a lot of homes are ignited. In Lytton, it was more than 25 homes in the first hour. Before anybody could respond, 25 homes and buildings were totally involved in fire. And each one of those burning buildings becomes a focal point for the fire to spread to adjacent homes. The fire is not burning in the wildland anymore. It's burning in the community fuels and spreading from structure to structure. And it quickly overwhelms any potential response that we can mount, whether it's wildland firefighters or structural firefighters. The interesting thing about this, about wildland urban fire incidents, is mostly we focus on wildfires coming in from the wildland into the community. This can just as easily happen in the opposite direction. On a day like today, when things are crispy dry, a simple garage fire or a structural fire in the district of Sooke, and a big wind comes off the ocean, we could be in that picture with the fire spreading through the community towards the forest. So it can happen in both directions. So that's the hard news. The good news is that this sequence can be broken, and there's a weak point in it. If you look at the screen, you'll see that at the top right corner, if the number of homes that are igniting quickly early on in the sequence are small, then the ability of fire to spread to other homes is vastly reduced. That's the weak point, and that's where we want to attack this problem. If a house doesn't ignite, it can't burn, right? And if homes don't burn, the fire can't spread to other homes, and we avoid a disaster. So that's what we know. But the conditions that determine whether a home ignites are not found in the forest. They're very local to the home itself. We call this the home ignition zone. And those local conditions can be modified. Generally, there's small things that can be changed that make a big difference. That's the focus of Firesmart. It is risk mitigation, taking those actions well in advance. And that home ignition zone is surprisingly small. It's a mere 30 meters in all directions from the home itself. And the way it works, those 3 concentric zones that you can see in the figure there, they progressively reduce the intensity of fire that's approaching the home, and so that the home is not exposed to a sufficient heat to ignite from creeping flames or any burning objects in the home ignition zone. That leaves only its vulnerability to embers that are landing on the home itself. That's the other half of Firesmart, is dealing with those little vulnerabilities so that little tiny embers can't ignite a great big house. That's the way it works. And it's surprisingly effective. So in essence, that problem has been redefined. We used to think of it as a wildfire problem when actuality, it is a problem of homes that are so easily ignited. And we know what the answers to that are. So by making our homes and our communities resistant to fire ignition, mostly by embers, we can cope with those fires without having a fire disaster. And that's the approach. But there's another issue here. And that is that our homes in dense urban areas, our home ignition zones, we don't own the whole thing. My home ignition zone overlaps on yours, and yours overlaps on multiple of your neighbors. So just dealing with this problem in your home ignition zone isn't sufficient. We need to be dealing with groups and clusters of homes. That means that we need to work with collectively with neighbors, and that they need to team up to do this work to effectively make the community the fire break. And how can this happen? That's where the Firesmart neighborhood program excels. It targets the root of the problem, which is the homes that are not very ignition resistant. It engages and empowers those people with information and knowledge of what they can do, and it provides a framework for guiding their actions. It does, however, require some support and guidance by the knowledgeable experts at the fire department to recruit community champions to guide them along this pathway. And here's how the system works. It's just a stepwise progression of events that starts with a concerned citizen getting a hazard assessment, gathering his neighbors together, developing a plan based on the recommendations of the fire department, and then implementing them one step at a time, one day a year, and progressively making their neighborhood more and more resistant to ignitions. And your fire chief, Ted Ryder, has provided one of the best examples of this, how this system can work, by building his own army of fire mitigators in his previous position in Fernie. And if you look at this kind of the green pyramid here, it's kind of it's kind of like a pyramid scheme. It started out with three firefighters who had the basic training, going out and working with people. And in the span of about 2 years, 24 months, they recruited and engaged 17 neighborhoods in this program, which multiplies out to about 800 homes or over 2,000 citizens, which in that short span of time is more than a third of the total population of the city of Fernie, in some very interesting situations, including seasonal residents at ski hills. So that's how this program can quickly multiply and work. And this is what we're proposing for the city of Fernie. And our request to you is, first of all, to put a priority on the local actions, on dealing with things at the neighborhood scale, to encourage the cooperation of other city and district services and operations with the fire department, so that you can lead by example to your citizens by implementing Firesmart measures at buildings and properties on lands that you own, infrastructure for the community, and promoting construction of more Firesmart demonstration sites, which the fire department has already begun work on one of them. They're immensely valuable examples to the community. And there's ways of engaging people in developing those as well. The third thing is looking for permission from council to work with the fire department and find ways of granting organized neighborhoods permission to work on what might be public land surrounding their homes, but is part of their respective home ignition zones under the supervision of the fire department. That's worked in many locations. And the last thing we're hopeful is that you will advocate to UBCM, who is the grantor of major funds for implementing all kinds of Firesmart work to put greater emphasis and funding towards residents working on these types of solutions. So that's what, in a nutshell, what the problem is, the solutions that are proven to work, and the actions, the things that we're asking to council. And we're open to all kinds of questions from yourselves or the public. Thank you very much for your time.
Well, thank you very much for your presentation and your time in being with us tonight. I'll ask members of council if you have questions that you'd like to ask. Councillor Pearson.
Yes.
Yes, thank you for your presentation, and I just a couple of questions, and it was near the end. So permission for public lands, are you like, because the district doesn't necessarily own a lot of public lands. Are you talking about roadways, right of ways that are adjacent to property, like?
Primarily like parklands, vegetated land that's outside of the boundaries of private property, outside their backyards, but may be under the governance of the community that is included in that home ignition zone. These are the areas where the least intensive actions are required, but they contribute to that whole effect of reducing fire intensity. And again, they don't extend more than 30 meters beyond the homes. Second question through the chair. Are there identified sources of fuel like that are different or higher risk? Like broom bush as an example. I know it's when it catches on fire here, it burns. Well, it's one of the problems that you have. Invasive shrubs here are adding greatly and are flammable to a certain extent, but they definitely add to the volume of fuel, whether they're live or dead, that's potentially available to a fire. So they are compounding, as do weeds and much of the different components of the native vegetation, and also very much so the kinds of landscaping that people choose. They can make good decisions or bad decisions on what they plant on their properties. All of those, relate to Firesmart guidelines and mitigations that people can reduce the risk by modifying.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Beddoes.
Yeah, just a little clarification, because obviously this has worked in other areas, but go back to this parkland. And if a park's next to your property and has trees, and your committee of your neighborhood says those trees has to come down, you don't just go take them down. I'm certainly would consult with the district and saying that we feel these are a hazard.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And
it just sounds like,
and I'm very glad you asked that question, Councillor, because it's a major misperception that you have to get rid of everything. That's the easiest answer, of course, to get rid of it all. But in many cases, it's a matter of reducing, perhaps taking the lower branches off big mature trees, thinning out the stand, maybe taking out some of the smaller trees in between. But the big thing is reducing the fuel load on the ground. Fire comes from the ground.
yeah.
So by and large, these aren't drastic actions.
Okay, I'm glad you clarified that,
Yeah.
because I see chainsaws going all over the place and trees falling down, and then we have another problem.
Well, that is upsetting in my view too. And again, most of us live in places like this because we like that natural setting.
Yeah.
And Firesmart is quite compatible with wildlife and habitat and green scenery.
So again, this is sort of similar to a pod system that was around a number of years ago in my neighborhood in regards to earthquakes and things like that, where the neighbors organized and were together. It's since fallen apart. How hard is it to keep these neighborhoods motivated to keep it up? Because people change and they tire and age out and all that stuff. How successful has it been in some areas?
It's good, because what we find, again, a good question, this is a very infectious process. The more people achieve and do, the more pride they have on what they've accomplished. They see the benefits. They understand what they're doing and why they're doing it. And people that aren't on board quickly do come on board. the fire department doesn't have to coerce people. The people do the salesmanship, and it becomes a social norm. They bring those skills that they do, say on a 1-day project, they take those into their own backyard. So we find it's infectious, and our experience is that once a neighborhood establishes, more people will get involved in that 1-day project each year, that it will grow. And that in fact, neighboring neighborhoods will be looking over the fence and saying, hey, this makes sense. How do we get involved? So that's our experience, that this almost is self-generating.
Okay, so it's sort of citizens of Sooke and other areas that they could call up their fire chief and ask that assessment be made of their property as to Firesmart solutions. Is that possible here? I guess it is.
Well, there's two approaches
Maybe I
to
should
the
be asking the
problem.
fire chief.
Well, yes, they could do that. But what we find is that it takes about the same amount of work to assess and work with an individual about their property as it does to work with a whole neighborhood.
Okay.
And that just one house here and one house there is not effective on the day of the fire because the fire spreads. So it's a very efficient way of building that army and getting a lot of people on board.
Okay, thank you for your answers.
Yeah.
Councillor McMath?
Firesmart is a provincial program, and we have a highway that belongs to the province as well that runs the entirety of this community. My understanding is that Modi is no longer treating Scotch broom as an invasive species. So how are you advocating within the provincial government on those pieces, because they don't match?
Our experience with this program in many provinces, and both, I have a lot of experience in Alberta and BC and many different municipalities, is that when a neighborhood puts their plan together and it might, it follows the recommendations of the fire department, there's a lot of credibility with that. And that, some of these adjacent lands, they might be a right of way for BC Hydro, they might be a municipal park, they might be a chunk of private land. They might be highways, but whenever those groups are approached by a Firesmart neighborhood with a letter saying, can we access your land and do something with the vegetation to reuse? I can't think of a request that's been denied. And more often than not, someone like BC Hydro or Atco Electric will say, hey, well, can we buy the hot dogs for your barbecue? It's a good thing, and they don't want to get into the way. So my experience is that there's lots of ways to involve partners in this, and they're mostly willing. Nobody wants to see this disaster happen, and nobody wants to feel that they're partly responsible for the spread of fire.
So how is Modi contributing to that?
Modi is the
Ministry
Ministry
Infrastructure, yeah.
of
So for example,
Transportation.
we just had a huge highway renovation.
Yeah.
And so there are parts where they did some refurbishing, for lack of a better word, but there are patches that they left with no local seating, and they are already overgrown with Scotch broom. So that sort of creates and keeps on the spread of the Scotch broom.
Well, I can understand that they might not be taking global responsibility for that, but once again, you're lucky to live in BC because there is a overarching BC Firesmart committee, which is interdepartmental amongst the fire commissioner's office and many other departments. And I think that that is a good way of organizing to get people's collaboration. So I think there's a way, but by and large, my experience at the neighborhood level is that most of the issues, probably the Trans-Canada might be a factor here because it runs right through, but most of the issues will be on lands that are managed either by the district or the municipality or more local governments. But there's some big advantages to being in BC with this program. I can't be any more specific than that. I'm sorry.
Okay, anything else? Councillor Bateman?
Yeah, thank you very much for being here tonight. You're following up on our receipt of Community Wildfire Resiliency Plan back in last October, Bruce Blackwell and Associates. That was a 10-year update. And it comes with 40 recommendations. In many ways, I don't think it does mention though a Firesmart neighborhood program, however. So that's exciting. It's good to hear they're infectious. At the same time, I guess these groups could also prepare us for the Great Quake, which is due within 50 years. And for, I know we have a new group here in town, the Fireweed Foundation, which is looking to get climate action happening at on a neighborhood level. So this could be a great way to get things kickstarted. So.
Well, I don't know about earthquakes, but I do know that the community wildfire protection plan, you know, that Bruce Blackwell and others are developing are at the greater landscape scale. Their focus is there. But the place where we're getting hurt, the things that we're losing are inside the community. And that's something that we can tackle. And that's why we're trying to place the emphasis on the home and the neighborhood level. The action, you know, let's shoot for the center of the bullseye. And anything that happens out here to help contain lesser fires is a good thing, but not necessarily as effective as the things that take place in the home ignition zone. Not at all.
So I've got some pampas grass on my property. Highly flammable. Gotta go. Correct?
Well, no.
No,
not.
We've cut it back.
Yes, there you go. If it's short and if farther away than 1.5 meters from your home, you can manage it outside of that zone. But the Firesmart recommendations call for the zone that's within 1.5 meters of your foundation should not have flammable materials. It can't have plants as long as they don't burn. But the surface, a green irrigated lawn that stays green is okay, as is gravel or cement or rockeries. So there's a place for pampas grass on your landscape.
Good. It's good to know. That future generation matter. I can let that go a little bit here.
Keep the peace.
This is a wonderful plan, by the way, and I hope you've had a chance to look at it.
I've seen many of them.
You've seen many, I'm sure.
I haven't read yours.
One of the pieces here is wildfire development permit areas to ensure that homes are built with appropriate cladding and materials. That would be pretty critical.
This is good. Using fire resistant materials when we build new homes. But the issue is that probably 90% of your homes are already here.
Right.
So it's just another approach that is complementary. Yeah, but using fire resistant materials is important. Not necessarily essential to, every home doesn't have to be built. There's remedial actions that can be taken that are far less expensive.
Thank you. And finally, I guess on Wednesday night, you'll be here in Chambers once more.
Yes, doing a more.
How will your presentation differ to what we're seeing?
In much more detail about what the problem is and what the solutions are that common residents and the details of how this program works to try to get the ball rolling.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
Happy to do that.
Okay, anything else from members of council? Thank you very much for the presentation and also for returning on Wednesday. Thank you for the reminder of that, Councillor Bateman. There are some great materials that are available at the district booth during markets and the like, and they sort of show the zones and different plantings and the like. And I think some of the grassroots efforts have been the broom bashing or the broom pulling that's occurring where neighbors are getting together and removing it. Ravens Ridge Park, a hot ignition site, as noted from the wildfire presentation we received. So, and then as that park develops with more amenities, and they'll replace the invasives that are causing issues there. So there's some great work that's already started. No, I appreciate that. Just for staff, in the recommendation here, procedurally, it would be to receive this for information. However, there were other recommendations cited within the presentation today. So wondering there, you know, I was looking more that if we receive this and then council directs staff to provide updates at future service level discussions and ongoing, like something like that, or would this already be happening? Maybe to our, go ahead, Fire Chief.
Yeah, through your mayor, I think that the gist of this is just to continue doing what you're doing, which is providing us with support. We come here with grant applications, we get resolutions, we move forward. I think one of the things we talked about prior to this meeting was what Al was explaining earlier in regards to if there is public lands or park space that abut properties where we want to do those ignition zones and do some work, is just to look at that and see what that looks like. You know, can we have our residents work within our properties? Is that something we're okay with? What does that look like? And that way we can mitigate, you know, properly and take care of those home ignition zones. So I think just continued support, advocacy at UBCM is important as well. So.
Okay, so at this point, you don't require any follow-up other than to receive for information. Those other things would come. Okay.
Yeah, not at this time.
Okay, thank you. Councillor St. Pierre.
I just want to follow up on the parks piece. I'm assuming that a neighborhood group would work directly with our parks department. They wouldn't, I mean, we don't require a council resolution for fuel to be dealt with in that manner. It's more a matter of working with our parks department, and I assume that's happening, yes?
Through the mayor to Councillor St. Pierre, yes, we have actually involved Parks Department. They went to the latest conference in Prince George, and we're starting to educate them on the benefits of Firesmart as well. We're looking at the grounds here around City Hall. We're started to do some vegetation work there, and hopefully that'll be a an information site, like a walking tour, so to speak. So yeah, I mean, we're working with them, but I get the big thing is just to make sure everybody's on the same page and we're doing things collaboratively, so there's no misinformation. So.
Okay, so is this matter of making Firesmart part of district operations and general fault departments where it's applicable?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Is this a matter of making Firesmart principles part of all district operations where it's applicable? So, you know,
I think
the waterworks, so on and so forth, but you know, every property, everything that we actually have influence over, but making sure we're good partners with the community and neighbors as they do this work.
Yep. So in time, you know, we have to look at our critical infrastructure. We have to look at our parks, and, you know, if we're going to be sort of spreading the good word, if you will, then we need to lead by example. So my goal would be is as time goes by, we continue to do this good work. We look at our parks, we look at all our municipal facilities and start to do that work. Thank you.
An example of that would be Ravens Ridge, where the departments are collaborating because the landscaping will all be new going in there, and there is a lot that needs to come out. Okay, so.
Could I ask one more question? While we have the authority in the room, clipping programs. Many municipalities in the fall offer these roadside pickup. What are your thoughts on that? And
could I ask, what do you mean? What are you thinking of when you say tree clipping?
well, here, our neighbor, Otter Point, they have a clearing and chipping dead branches, roadside chipping day. We can remove the fuel from our property.
Yes.
And have it properly
Okay,
disposed.
yes, pruning would be another term, and that's definitely, you know, eliminating the lower branches, that how far it could spread up into especially evergreen needle bearing trees. That's a very important thing to do, and disposing of that debris is often a problem. So a chipping day where residents can do that, bring their debris out. That's a classic Firesmart event that would be organized as part of the neighborhood recognition program, whether it's on your own property or, you know, some adjacent land. Very important.
So that would be a service level change.
Yes.
And so just something to take away, perhaps a notice of motion at a later date. Okay. All right. As for this moment, thank you very much. And I'll ask that council receive this report and presentation for information. Moved by Councillor McMath and seconded by Councillor Pearson, or pardon me, St. Pierre. St. Pierre seconded. Councillor McMath, any comments on the motion? Thank you. Councillor St. Pierre. Okay, all those in favor, please. It's carried unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, remember folks, Wednesday night. Next up is our report of the Chief Administrative Officer. There's a written report here.
Yeah, nothing too much further to add in the interest of time here. Just wanted to highlight for anyone listening or in the room tonight, there's lots of budget pop-up events happening around the community. So come and make your voice heard, add your dot to the board of where you would prioritize district spending and service levels to be increased, decreased, or changed. And that's about it for me. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions of our CAO? Go ahead, Councillor Bateman.
Yeah, I have one unrelated to your report, but it did come up at the meeting 2 weeks ago, was a resident on Furwood Place who had some concerns about blasting at Viewpoint Estates. Can you give us an update on that?
For sure. Yes, I'll add something and then can defer to Mr. Carter if there's anything further. But without getting into tons of detail, I do know that district staff, Mr. Carter, as well as the developer, met with Ms. Irwin on site at least once, if not twice. Multiple email conversations have occurred. I've been CC'd on multiple ones of those. I believe Geotech has been to the site, and we're possibly just waiting for reports back on that.
Thank you. A motion to receive for information. Councillor McMath, thank you. Seconded by Councillor St. Pierre. All those in favor? That's carried unanimously. Okay, that leads us into our public question and comment period. So I'll invite members of the public that would like to comment on tonight's agenda, with the exception of the development variance permits that have already been passed, because those had dedicated public input available at that time. So it'd be other items on tonight's agenda. When you approach the microphone, please turn it on, and we just require your full name and the local government that you reside in. We do not require your home address. Please also indicate which item you're referring to, just so we can place it on, just add it to where you are in the agenda. Welcome.
Ron Dumont. A little disappointed in that Firesmart. Thought it would have been a little soup oriented. You know, we don't have water supply in North Sooke, which is a disappointing thing, because if there's a fire there, it's going to be quite a difficult thing to do. And I don't know if we've ever replaced that tank that used to be there before they redid the roads. But we have several places. Phillips Road has no water. So some of those comments should have been site specific for Sooke, I would have thought. And then our busted up neighborhoods, East Sooke, Langford, Glens Lake Road, we're all mixed up, and it's going to be hard to get neighbors when they're a long ways apart or in a different organizations. Or so I thought it would be a little bit more Sooke specific. Thank you.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you. Other speakers this evening? And there's 2 minutes per speaker. Thank you for being under time, Mr. Dumont.
Ellen Lewis, and I wanted to speak to the motions of notice of motions from short-term traffic solutions from Councillor Pearson, and from Joint Traffic Committee from Councillor McMath. And I would like to say that in the Joint Traffic Committee, because in that Joint Traffic Committee, there's no historic information there. There's nobody there that can do the history of Sooke. So I would ask that that would be added there, that therefore be resolved that there are 3 members of the greater public who are well-versed and have historic knowledge and past knowledge of Ministry of Transportation resolutions, have a solid civic knowledge, and are well-versed in lands and topography, and are long-standing active members of the community. And I'd like to see Randy Clarkson, Dave Saunders, and Dave McClyman Jr. on that committee. I'd also would say that we need to join the committees or join the efforts, the short-term traffic solutions, because we need to build our house while we're living in it, because we have to deal with the short term as well as the long term. So I hope that we can bring this together and get it done quickly. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Other speakers?
Shane Fedosenko. Am I allowed to talk about traffic? Can I bring up a point about the traffic right now?
You could, you have 2 minutes because there's numerous items in relation to traffic.
Here we go. As a local realtor specialized in the sale of business and industrial lands in Sooke, I'm deeply concerned about the impact of the traffic congestion and our community businesses, particularly daycares and group homes. The current traffic situation is having a real bad effect on things with employees and employers. One of the major issues is if you have a group home or daycare, is the group homes in Sooke, most of them are 3:30 to 3:30 a.m. shift. And what happens is the union allows 30 minutes of unpaid when you go to your job, and now it's between 90 and 120 minutes. So the actual workers or the employers are having to pay for the employees overtime for the people that are coming out and the people that are waiting for them to attend. So what we're seeing, and I sell local businesses and stuff, is that they're selling and leaving. We've already had one group home closed down, and they're relocating to Langford because they can't get anybody to come out here. And the last 2 months, his costs exceeded $5,000 in overtime just on those two issues. It's really clear, and also with daycares, we're having local daycares where the people are getting off work early to get home, so they're not getting paid for an hour or two, or the daycares are having to restaff people to stay open till 6, 7 o'clock. So we have issues there too. And what we need, I think, is we just need a plan to impact something immediately on what's going to happen, because businesses are leaving, and a lot of these businesses, I was lucky enough to bring them out here, but now they're just saying it's time to go. We can't get people to come out here and work. So I'm hoping that something can be done immediately and something that can be addressed, and it can't be a wait and see attitude. Like, we're losing businesses that just aren't going to come back to Sooke.
Thank
So
you.
anyways, thank you.
Other speakers this evening?
Hi, my name is Britt Santowski and I live in Sooke, and I'm going to add on there, speaking to item 13.2 and the need for immediate traffic solutions. To put it into perspective, I take the bus. It takes me 50 minutes to go from here to Victoria. Coming home, I leave the office 3:45 and I get home at 6. Okay, I hope that you guys had an opportunity to look at the report that I submitted that had 500 points of input of people being impacted. My experience with the Sooke Chamber, we're hearing of businesses losing customers just because even the run on a Saturday from Sun River to a Sooke business, it's easier to go out to Langford and spend your day doing chores there. I think without the timeline is November that is posted on the billboard. I think you're lucky if we're ready by November. Historically, projects have run overtime. So what you're proposing is impacting businesses, impacting people's lives, impacting people's ability to access medical, daycare, attend their sports for over half a year. That is going to leave a big hole in Sooke, and it's going to send out a big message in Sooke that that council is not supporting businesses. I think that's to our detriment. I think we need to find business solutions now. I think we have the summer where we have the window without schools being in and adding to. Once September hits, it's going to be a sheer chaos again until probably through Christmas. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Other speakers?
My name is Tracy Snow and I live in Shirley. I'm here to give a letter that was sent to me on behalf to come to the council from Valerie Lassard. She owns the West Coast Grill Food and Beverage Department in the Prestige Oceanfront. I am writing to express my concerns about the extreme traffic issues Sooke commuters, residents, and tourists are currently experiencing and how it has affected my business. Since May 2024, we have seen an incredible change in time, the length of commuters are having to allocate on their travels to Sooke Road Highway 14. This high traffic that is now starting shortly after noon has created more air pollution in our environment and an increase in stress levels of many drivers. It has also impacted my business in a negative way. My staff who reside in this community have expressed their concerns about the time they now need to allocate for their transportation to get for work for their scheduled start time. It's creating a much longer workday than previously experienced. I have seen a decline of walk-in customers and a significant decrease in sales for our food and beverage outlets inside the hotel, especially during the happy hours. Our happy hours have been created for local guests who unfortunately have not been able to take advantage of the offering. Anyone needing to use Sooke Road Highway 14 to get to us, it's now very challenging. The hospitality industry also relies on our tourism season to alleviate the lows of the shoulder season. This heavy traffic is deterring customers make the trip and come and join us for food and drinks. What used to be a short drive is now often 2 hours. I urge our local government to take action and explore solutions to help alleviate the problems we are facing on these roads. As a community, we must work together to address this issue and find solutions that will prioritize our residents and our tourism sector. Thank you for taking the time. I've also emailed this to info@sooke.ca.
Okay, thank you. Other speakers?
Hi, my name is Nicole Hewitt and I work in Sooke. I am just urging the council to take immediate, this is about 13.2. I urge the council to take immediate action regarding the traffic issues that are impacting our community. As a small business owner at Sooke Eye Care, I've witnessed firsthand the detrimental effects this situation has had on both businesses and residents. This past month, we start receiving phone calls at my office around 1 to 2 p.m. with patients who are not able to make their appointment or need to be rescheduled, have to cancel, or are going to be late. We'll get 3 to 5 phone calls a day on this, and that impacts my ability to run my business when I have a full staff. I also can't stay late because I have to go pick up my kids from daycare, so I'm not able to stay late to accommodate patients even though I would like to. But my daycare can't stay open to accommodate me. I have to go on the same road to get them. It also impacts the ability of patients to access healthcare because they can't see me. The other thing that I'd like to bring up is just when you are looking at these road situations, if you could look at the parking situation as well. In my area alone, we have 4 businesses who have staff who can't park in the parking lot, and they're all vying for the same spaces. There's not adequate street parking for them to park on. At this point, Sooke has outgrown its current infrastructure, and when addressing these problems, please consider the future growth and implement more than just temporary solutions. Planning now for the inevitable growth will prevent our children from facing the same issues that we're facing right now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Other speakers?
Hi, I'm Deb, with the Chamber of Commerce. I'm talking about the traffic, but I'm actually here on behalf of Karen Stones from Mesilla Blue. So I'm just going to read her letter. I, Karen Stones from Mesilla Bloom, I'm writing to you concerning the major traffic congestion that has put a huge damper in shopping local for our community of small boutique shops. I personally noticed a very odd and regular quietness in my shop in the late afternoon. I quickly realized it was probably the effects of the Charters road closure. Therefore, I started asking other retail shop owners if they too had noticed a drop in business. Many of them said they're relieved to hear that it wasn't just their shop noticing a lack of sales and customers. There are a lot of strong yes, and we most definitely notice a difference. I also got comments like the lack of customers carries on until October. I don't know if I'll survive. And why do I bother to sit here until a regular closing time when no one comes in after 3? In my shop, I have had people all saying they were stuck in traffic, but wanted to get something from us. If we can, we will still stay late, open to accommodate them. We have had people ask to use our washroom as they have been stuck in the traffic and rushed to make it to the shop, as they really wanted to get to us before we closed. I've also been told by many people that they shop in town now rather than sit in their car hoping to get back in Sooke in time to shop. Personally, for my business, the first thing to suffer is going to be the staff hours. If there aren't people shopping, I will have to let someone go, which really is not something I want to do, as I am a big supporter of our local economy. I'm very worried and hope we don't see a lack of tourists coming to Sooke because of our traffic issue. I don't think people realize the hit the small shops that are feeling from the traffic congestion. We need our locals and tourists to support our little shops, otherwise they will disappear. And what is your solution for our community? Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor and Council and support staff for the municipality. Thank you for your hard work over the years. For 30 years, I've sat in a chair looking out at this thing we call Sooke Road, day in, day out.
Do you mind just introducing yourself?
My name is Chris Bryant. I'm
Thank you.
sorry, I'm a dentist in Sooke. I work here. Thank you. You have my full support to engage this problem with traffic with a great deal more veracity than you ever thought you'd have when you took your jobs in your elected positions. This is going to become the pivotal point in this community's development or whatever else happens. There are businesses like mine who can cite losses every month from missed appointments, tolling 4 figures easily every month. It's not an exaggeration. That's just tracked. And that's what we do when we have computers to do that for us. But the take home point here is that this is going to require each and every one of you to take off the gloves and get bloody on this. It is not an easy issue, but it's one that you've signed up for and you're here to do it. So go forward and do it with all your heart. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Other speakers?
Herb Haldane, Otter Point Road. There was a memorandum of understanding. First Mayor McGregor, he went through one and did a survey of the Sooke Road connector. That was in the early days. Janet Evans did one again in 2011, protect a corridor, promised to work with MOT, make an existing road come out on Throop to Phillips Road eventually. Wendell Milne did it again 2014, but we don't have anything in place now. And nothing that you guys have signed on to or given your promise to protect, promise to engage and hook up. So that's 10 years ago since we've done one. And I guess I'm wondering at this point is, are we doing anything? I mean, I hear there's supposed to be a road coming in 2027, maybe 2030. There's all kinds of, things on the street about when it should or could happen. But I would think that at this point, you want to engage with highways to guarantee a road connection and to guarantee a direction similar to what the other mayors have done previous. And then we can work towards that. I know at this point, being on the Sooke Community Association, that you haven't solidified the properties to get from Throop Road all the way down to Phillips Road yet. But I would think that if that was going to occur, you would want to do it sooner than later because you're going to want to engineer all that stuff. Even if you're going to do the road 3 or 4 years from now, you'd still want to be able to engineer it now so that you can start working towards a solution for this traffic issue that we've got now. My reason for getting up here is solely to try and push you, just as Dr. Bryant mentioned earlier, that we need it now. We don't need it in 2027 or 2030 or whenever we think it may or may not happen. So the sooner, the better, the faster, quicker. Thank you.
Okay, I'll share that MOU is still live and valid, and the ministry staff confirmed that when they were in chambers not too long ago. Other speakers?
Good evening. My name is Mike Kozakowski. I'm a resident of Sooke. I live in the district and I'm really happy to call this wonderful community home. I have a fairly unique vantage point in terms of what I do professionally, and I get to see how all 13 of our districts function, and in some cases how they are examples of dysfunction. Now here in Sooke, it's not so bad, but we could use a little bit better road connectivity. Something that I wanted to mention in my travels conducting the work that I do, a lot of questions come up in terms of what the status is of the infrastructure projects that we have on the go. And there's no resource right now that identifies what we have actually cemented in terms of our future infrastructure and what we need to cement. For example, something I recently heard was that we do not currently own, as a district, own the land on which we plan to build the Sooke Road connector. I don't know if that's the case, but that's what I've been told. And there's no references for me currently to check to see if that is true. If we don't own the land at this point, I don't know if we can effectively pin down a date in terms of a construction start or a construction completion. Now, the other issue that has come to my attention is that while we focus on Sooke Road and it being an interim investment of, I believe, nearly $30 million, please correct me if I'm incorrect. Is that the case? Close to $30 million? Yeah, okay. So given the cost that's involved here, given the fact that we don't have the land at our disposal at this time, I am wondering, and so are my colleagues, if it would not be smarter for us to start tackling the Northern Perimeter Road project and fast track that investment as opposed to focusing on Sooke Road, which would unfortunately run through a school zone and alleviate a portion, but not a tremendous amount of the traffic congestion that we currently have. So just to end, I believe it's Pasco Road or that area is the focus that has been brought to my attention. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Other speakers?
Mayor, Council, my name is Brian Banner. I've been a Sooke resident my whole life. I'm also an electrical business owner in the western communities and surrounding areas. I'm here tonight to speak on 13.2, the traffic issues we're having. Out of the 55 employees I have, 15 of them live in Sooke. As much as I would like to have them live in Sooke or work in Sooke 100% of the time, that's just not possible. That means these employees are traveling out of Sooke to Langford, Victoria. A bunch of those employees are now leaving work at 2:45, 3 o'clock just to make their deadlines to get back to Sooke to pick up kids at daycare, get to the field, the arena for local sports. In construction, we're not really allowed to start before 7 a.m. So working a 6.5 hour day isn't productive. And I'm sure I'm not the only employee having this issue where employees are having to leave early to make their dates, deadlines, and then job site productivity is way down. And also wages for the employer lost. And it's something that they don't want to do either. But they don't want to leave Sooke, but we're having them. I recently had an employee just quit because of the issue they're having out here. I'm also heavily involved in local sports out here, and this is the first time in the years I've been involved where we already have a tough time getting teams out to Sooke to play us sometimes, but we're actually having cancellations this year and even try to organize any extra activity for them. They're just not looking to do it, to come out this way because of local traffic. So, I mean, this isn't a traffic plan. We can wait a couple of years for it. Something we need to act on sooner than later and try to get this done ASAP. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. There's speakers?
If I may.
Yes.
We've reached our 20 minutes and we would need a motion to extend the public comment period if council wanted to proceed.
Councillor McMath, the motion to extend the public input by
20 minutes.
Further 20 minutes. Okay, is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Beddoes. I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Sorry, there we go. Helen Ritz, I live in Sooke. Certainly traffic's a problem, but we're not going to be able to build anything in the next 5 years. Like even if we'd have to get money, we'd have to do a referendum. I'm totally in support of that. I'd be in support of paying additional taxes, but we can't just create roads like that. So the only solution I see, the immediate solution, is some kind of creative transit idea. I would love for Sooke to be some kind of experiment in BC Transit and just give us starting in a month, give us free buses and pay us to take the bus. Like, we have buses today, we have roads today, and there's got to be some sort of creative solution, and the people of Sooke have to be a part of it, because if you just see it's a car with a single person and a car with a single person. I mean, we have to be part of the solution as well. And yes, maybe the Throop Road, I support all these things, but realistically, that's 5 years away at the best. So I would just hope that we could maybe just do some very creative transit things and be kind of a model community. Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker. You may, but I'd like to see if there's any first-time speakers first. Any first or new speakers?
Hello, Steve Anderson, resident of Sooke. Good evening, everyone. Just a comment. I'm probably going to shoot myself in the foot if I ever try to run for council by saying this, but this is my comment out to the general public. Chill out, need a salad. When sitting in the rush hours, there is an anxiety thing that's going, and I feel the tension in the room. I feel it out there. There's road rage. There's this whole tension. Me, fortunately, I'm blessed. I got a easygoing boss. I choose my hours, so I just do my hours, around the rush hour traffic. As far as things that can be done, like, of course, the council can only do so much, but it's it's the province that runs this highway. Some people forget that. And I was happy to hear about the Throop Road connection possibility quite a while ago, and then also about a year ago, I think. Correct me if I'm wrong. This council kind of put a pause on more development down Sun River until we can get some better access down there. So it's all good stuff I'm hearing. This isn't something that this council could do or the staff could do, but I guess my word, to the public would be, and to employers and bosses, is be flexible. We're stuck in this rigid thing of certain times, or 9 to 5 or 8 to 4 or whatever. I did hear a member of the public earlier talking about, taking over an hour and a half to get here. The last council meeting 2 Mondays ago, I left, I was painting the house right by you, Vic. Left at 6:25. I walked up these stairs at 10 after 7. So it was less than 45 minutes for me to get here. So it wasn't so bad. I just choose my time around. Sometimes around 5:30, 5:45, it's not so bad. It's 10 minutes from Luxton to or about 15 minutes from Luxton to Daniels Market. During heavy time rush hour, that's maybe a half hour, maybe 45 minutes extra. So I'm just babbling. Thanks a lot, everyone. Bye.
Thank you. Other speakers?
My name's Matt Benner, resident of Sooke. I had the same position as a lot of people here, and it's all these, echoing the same thing, but to kind of run on the tails of the Firesmart talk, I lived in Fort McMurray during the fire, and had there not been a major infrastructure boom in 2005 through 15, a bunch of those people would have died, because everyone's coming into the same road. They got nowhere to go. The fire's coming across the roads, taking it all in. So I don't know what we're going to do for the summer. I know the Charters Road, they had to get the culvert in for the fish window, but maybe it's something that we open the Charters Road back up for the summer, especially when we have this kind of dangerous weather looming around us, and keep an open gravel or something like that. I don't know. There's no really other solution to get everybody off the road other than get Charters back open for a bit. So not sure. It's a bit.
Okay, thank you. Other speakers? Any first-time speakers? I'll save you 2 minutes, Mr. Fedosenko. I'm not seeing anyone else approach the microphone as a first. Okay. Well, welcome the second-time speakers. Thank you, but you still have just 2 minutes, so. You just.
That solution has to be Sooke, because Victoria, or the municipal government, is responsible for everything off Highway 14. We have to have another parallel road. And in 55 years ago, we set a road that came from the bridge right through Grant Road, and we keep closing all of those avenues. If we don't stop, we're gonna have to buy our way out of this. We're putting pieces right in the middle of our road. If we don't use this, we're gonna be doing this for the next 10 years. We've got to get that parallel road to Highway 14, and the government is not going to help us on this side, which is ours. We got to do it. You got to do it. You can't be using excuses that you want another bridge. Today, I stopped in front of the high school because of traffic. Took me 15 minutes to get to Church Road. So it's not the school, it's the amount of people coming here. And we got to understand that. Grant Road has got to go to the bridge. However you do it is the way it's got to be done.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, me again. One idea that I think
You'll
that.
just need to reintroduce yourself.
Shane Fedosenko. The one idea that I have that might quickly relieve stuff if it's possible is because we can't do charters, what about opening up because school's closed and go through Sooke School and come out on Country Road? And that what could happen is that traffic that goes that way, if we get permission from the school board, you can open up the gate there, maybe put somebody there 3 to 6 with a stop slow sign and let them cut across the school property and come out on the Country Road. I believe there's a gate there and they could go that way, and that might relieve quite a bit of the traffic on the Sooke Road. Just an idea. You could probably do that until September 6th, and it might help, even if it helps shave it off 10, 15 minutes, at least it's a start. So thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, Britt Santowski again from Sooke. As a regular user of the bus system, I caution you from finding external solutions like relying on other commissions or areas. As a regular bus user, there are often people standing for those 2 hours that it takes to come home on the bus. And this is after working a full day. The bus comes every 15 minutes. So, and even speaking with a bus driver, it added an hour and a half to her working day. And so they're not standing in line to drive the bus route either. Yeah, I would say, I mean, we need to find our own solution before delegating it out. If we could do a bus lane, that would be absolutely wonderful. I do like the idea of more people using mass transit, but I would say we're also at capacity, and that's not in our control.
Okay, thank you. Other speakers? Was this another second time speaker, was there not?
I just want to go. Okay, and just a thought that.
Sorry, Ms. Lewis, you just need to.
Eleanor.
There you go.
Casinos. When I see the traffic all the time. You know, when I was down in the US, it's interesting. When the traffic is heavy, the police are out there directing traffic. When there's people coming on the road, you know, when school gets out, wherever, there's police directing traffic. So when we have that heavy traffic, the lights, forget the lights. Put the police out there. They're professional traffic. They learn that. So move the traffic. You go that way, you go that way. And they can move it faster than the lights. So it's a solution that we can use now. And I think we should use their expertise. They have the expertise to do that. And it's interesting to watch them, how that functions in the US, actually in Indiana, I couldn't believe it, how fast they move traffic. And we're talking like parking lots that are 3 acres with cars, and they're moving that traffic out of there. So there might be a fast solution there.
Okay, thank you.
I really don't like coming up here that often, but it's Deb with the Chamber of Commerce. I just wanted to mention also, as working with the Chamber of Commerce, obviously very concerned about all the businesses here. And being part of the traffic committee and having people in the committee that do have development sense. They have talked to engineers. We did come up with some solutions. And obviously some of the money that would be used would to be hiring an engineer. That's what they're for. And the building association did offer as well to come up and raise $10,000 towards helping get something done. So I just wanted to put that on the table as well.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other speakers before we, okay? Our final speaker, if there's anyone else. Go ahead.
Hi, Steve Anderson from Sooke. Also being painted about 34 years, most of that time living in Sooke, working in Victoria. And the most glorious thing in Victoria that worked was on Douglas when they did the bus lane on the right side and the whole highway changed everything. A lot of people were all critical about it. And I drive down that route every day. As soon as that was done, changed everything. And I saw that or read that somewhere as a brainstorm idea for Sooke Road, maybe in a long, long, far future. Yeah, if that's something the provincial government would be hinting towards, even just a portion from Casinos up Sooke, that'd make a huge difference because the bus would have its own lane and all those right turning people would have their own lane. It'd make a huge difference. Yeah, that's it. Oh, just wait. No, one more. I was 6 years old, going to Casinos Elementary School. This is back in the 70s. And I was always wondering back then, why is the main entrance of a elementary school right on a busy road? That was back then. And all these years later, it hasn't changed. It'd be nice to hint to the school district. I know it'd be astronomical to do it, but have a backdoor entrance makes such a difference. And I think we all kind of know that. But anyways, thanks a lot.
Thank you. Yeah, it hasn't been a hint. It's been a direct ask. Okay, other speakers? First, second, third? We're good. Okay. All right, so I'm going to close off the public input session and request that we take a 10-minute recess, please. It's currently 9:12, so that we reconvene at 9:22. 9:22.
Take care, sir.
Okay, thank you, everyone. We are at 9:22. 9:22. Like to reconvene our regular council meeting. It's now 9:22. We please sit down and take our seats unless we want to be here till midnight or 1 o'clock. Probably not. Thank you. Okay, carrying on with tonight's agenda. Item 9 is the consent agenda. So all items here would be adopted, that the following item on the consent agenda be adopted by consent. Moved by Councillor St. Pierre, seconded by Councillor Beddoes. Thank you. Any items to be removed? Councillor Bateman, go ahead.
Yeah, so I'd like to remove item 12, the 2 surveys re-suit traffic from Ms. Santowski. I get that
Okay.
in the public record. Also, item 21D, request for reconsideration and formal council review of business license application denial. Those
So 12 and 21 to
Yeah.
come to the next regular meeting.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anything from anyone else? I'll call the question then. All those in favor, please. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Item 10 is our report section. For the first one here is item 10.1, private services within public highway. So that's 1361 Silver Spray Drive.
Thank you to the CAO and your worship to council. Report for council's consideration is to locate private services within a public highway. Subject property is 1361 Silver Spray. It was the previous property discussed under the development variance permit for creation of a 12-lot subdivision. Subject property is a hook lot and requires a force main servicing to go across the Silver Spray road so that they can access their septic field that they have in their plan design. I have nothing further to add to the report. It's for council's consideration just to approve to locate the privately owned sewer force main within the public highway and to direct staff to approve to raise title for the road and within the portion of the highway for the purpose of locating privately owned sewer force main for 1361 Silver Spray Drive. Thank you.
Okay, questions on the report or the presentation? Okay, so Mr. Carter has read out the first 2 recommendations. The third one would be that council direct staff to enter into an easement with the property owner of 1361 Silver Spray Drive and the District of Sooke to be registered on title stipulating applicable construction requirements and an operations and maintenance manual for privately owned sewer force main. Moved by Councillor St. Pierre, seconded by Councillor Lajeunesse. Anything on the motion? Anything on by the seconder? Anything from anyone else? Okay, call a question then. All those in favor, please. And that's carried unanimously. Pretty straightforward there. 10.2 we've dealt with. 10.3 is our 2023 annual report.
Nothing really further to add to this. Our communications coordinator is not here this evening, but this is the annual report, legislative requirement to file this slightly late as it was due June 30th. So I believe this has been circulated to council for feedback and just seeking endorsement and support from council to receive this for information, and that will provide staff the direction to submit this to the legislative authorities and post the final version on our website. Happy to answer any further questions.
Questions on the draft report process? Okay.
I'll throw a question out, and that through you to Ms. Gray. It's, I noticed this annual report does have a lot of extra detail and data, and that's obviously a conscious decision.
Yes, I think in the absence of the formal strategic plan from council with specific metrics and KPIs, key performance indicators, staff pivoted this year and included other various content on data specific to the community of Sooke. Not saying that wouldn't be there next year's version. It was just, took a bit of a pivot this year and included some other interesting metrics for the community.
Okay, so the motion would be that council go ahead, Councillor Lajeunesse.
Yeah, just a comment. It looks really good. There's one page 76 of the report. There's some interesting characters in one of the charts there. page 300 of tonight's agenda. So, yeah, just thought I'd point that out.
See that, yeah, it's probably just a PDF formatting thing, but
Yeah.
definitely we will do one final sweep of this before it gets
Before it
published and
goes out,
finalized,
yeah,
for sure.
thanks.
That's why it's draft.
Okay, that'll be page 76 of the actual report itself. Okay, so motion then that council receive the report. Moved by Councillor McMath, seconded by Councillor Beddoes. All those in favor? Sorry?
Comment.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded.
Yeah.
Okay,
So just
sorry
like,
for missing you.
yeah, I'd just like to say that, you know, we do have traffic issues here in Sooke, no question, and we need to act on them. At the same time, this document is absolutely well worth reading to note the kind of degree of attention to detail and the work being done in this district. It's pretty phenomenal. So let's celebrate that while doing the hard work on that which is not working. Right?
Good note, Councillor Bateman. Thank you. Okay, now I'll call a question to receive. All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Okay, so 10.4 is the second quarter financial report.
Thank you, Your Worship. To summarize the report with respect for time tonight, at the halfway point in the year, the overall operating budget is on track with no surprises. Operating revenues are at 90%, while expenses are at 40%, 46% of budgeted amounts. The building permit revenue is currently lower compared to the prior year. We're currently tracking at 43% of the budgeted amount for 2024. That or otherwise 159,000 less compared to 2023 for building permit revenue. We're expecting this to even out throughout the summer months where we have a few larger projects we're anticipating receiving building permits for in July or possibly August, which will even out our expected forecast for the year. There's been a $25,000 decrease in firefighters overtime in the first two quarters compared to the prior year. So we're part of that is for calls and also due to the moving to the 24/7 coverage. The RCMP costs are on track for a surplus at this point. The current utilization of members as of May is 10.4 of the 14 that were approved for budget. This report includes a status update for all the 2024 capital projects and grant applications. And that concludes my summary. I'm happy to answer any questions about the operating budget status. And some staff are here to answer any questions or particulars about current capital projects. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Questions from members of council? Go ahead, Councillor Beddoes.
Yeah, I just want to draw to attention, and especially for the people here today, that you can see all the grants that we have gotten over the years and how they were spent. But there's also declined grant applications, and that one was Charters Road Active Transportation Grant. We asked for 5.9 million, declined. Wastewater collection expansion for Kaltassin, Whiff and Spit to Sooke Nation for $23 million, decline. So we are asking for some of these things, but it's difficult getting money out of the provincial government to carry through with some of these projects. And we would sure like them to help us out in this respect with some of our problems today. But yeah, just wanted to draw that to your attention. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Beddoes. Other comments or questions from members of council? Okay, so the recommendation is that council receive the 2024 second quarter financial operating report for information. Moved by Councillor McMath and seconded by Councillor St. Pierre. Any comments from the mover or the seconder? Anyone else? Okay, all those in favor, please. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. 10.5, development permit amendment for 6569 Sooke Road. Over to staff, please.
Thank you, Your Worship, members of council, staff, and the public. This is a development permit application for 6569 Sooke Road. This is actually a development amendment application. So there was an original development permit on this property that was issued in May of 2023. And in December of 2023, for the same development application, there was an amendment application submitted. So just looking at the slide there, there is just getting to my slide. So on the left-hand side, you see a view of the property. It is the entire property is 28,321 meters squared. The portion of the property that we're looking at today in terms of the development is the north end of the property, sort of north quarter of the property, which is shaded on the left-hand side there. So that property is about a quarter of the entire property. It drops from Sooke Road down to the ocean about 40 meters. So it's quite a sloping site down to the ocean. The site itself, the original development permit has 3 buildings proposed. It is presently zoned CD7 Mariners Village Comprehensive Development Zone in the zoning bylaw, and it's within the town center OCP area. On the right-hand side of the site plan there, the shaded site, you can see that the site is on Sooke Road on the north side. It's got Goodmere, the extension of Goodmere Road on the west side, and it's got the ocean on the south side. There is a proposal to bring Lanark Road on the east side through the property to Goodmere Road. And the proposed development will be north of that extended Lanark Road. Just looking at, might not be that easy to see with these smaller pictures, but just to give you a sense of the site itself, I think the picture in the bottom of the slide there, that's looking up towards Sooke Road from the sort of south end of the property. What you'd be looking at if you were, standing with the water at your back, looking up towards Sooke Road. So keep that in mind when we're talking about the south facade of this building. Oh. So on this next slide, there's the original development permit application plan for this development on the left-hand side. And the main changes that are being proposed with this amendment to the development permit is to take away a 3rd story of underground parking. The applicants, in doing financial crunching the numbers, realized that it was going to be too expensive to put that 3rd floor of parking underground. And so in order to make up for that parking underground, they are increasing the area of the 2 remaining floors of parking. And also, as a result of expanding those 2 floors of parking, we're required to take away the 8 townhouses that were originally backing onto the south wall of this building. So the orange arrows there are pointing to the south wall of the main residential building. And on the left side, hard to see, but there are townhouses in that particular original development permit. And on the right side, it's those townhouses have been removed. Some of the other changes that were required as a result of the increased size of the parking area was a reduction of the amenity area on the east side of the residential building between the 2 buildings on the south side. But that has been sort of, they tried to make up for that with a more enhanced sort of southwest corner of this building. So in the this next slide, oh yeah. So this is just showing the what the original development permit showed for the south side of the building on the left-hand side of the slide. So that shows the townhouses on the bottom of the picture there. On the right-hand side, you can see that the townhouses have been removed. and you're left with the large wall, a two-story wall there. So one of the main concerns with that, taking away those townhouses that faced onto Lanark Road and that backed onto that wall, is that they hid that large concrete wall. And so staff worked with the applicant to try and ensure that that blank wall was treated properly with architectural features and materials that were more typical sort of Sooke-esque design. So the applicant's architect has done a really good job of putting a variety of materials. So in the bottom left picture, you can see that there's sort of horizontal wood features that are on the corner of the building that kind of wrap around the corner of the building and down this large wall. There's two sort of natural rock styles on the facade wall. There's also a wood feature along that facade wall, as well as an arboretum, and the pictures on the right-hand side of that slide. Oh, sorry, on the wrong slide here. The pictures on the right-hand side of the slide show that arboretum. That arboretum is actually attached to the base of that wall. And it provides a sort of sitting area for the residents of the building, as well as raised planter boxes, which can be used by the residents for sort of community gardens or for flowers as they so desire. They've enhanced the landscaping in front of that facade wall and along the frontage of Lanark Road. So that is also going to help to sort of mask and sort of soften that wall area. And then on the bottom left-hand picture there, you can see that there's quite an enhancement in the landscaping on the corner there to really make that a feature corner. They've also made a sort of area for dog washing, bike washing, as well as a sort of sitting area, both underneath and beyond the sort of inset area on the corner. So and this is a picture of the reduced amenity area that's on the east side of the building. So on the left-hand side of that picture, you're looking at the original amenity area. On the right-hand side, you're looking at the reduced version of that amenity area. They're still meeting the requirements that they achieved through the variance in the first development permit. And they've, as I said, sort of tried to compensate for that with the use of the corner of the building as more of an amenity area. So again, this is just showing the difference between, on the right-hand side, you have the townhouses, and you can see the corner treatment on the building, at the base of the building on the right-hand side. And then on the left-hand side, how they've tried to create a kind of feature on that corner to soften and make a more interesting architectural look and feel to that corner, as well as the facade itself. And I'm just going to go one more. There we go. So the there was two that we received two submissions. The first submission is on your left, and I think you'll see agree that after discussions with the applicant and sort of focusing on the design guidelines, which is what this particular development permit is really focusing on, is how does this development achieve the design guidelines in the official community plan? They're, you know, the town center design guidelines speak to having a sort of Sooke-oriented design. It speaks to treating blank walls in a way that we've discussed. And so the pictures on the right-hand side are what we've sort of come up with together as a way of improving the look of that wall. And I think staff and the applicant done a good job of achieving the design guidelines goals. So the recommendation is to that council authorize the issuance of development permit PLN 01832 to allow for changes to issue development permit PLN 01669 in accordance with Schedule A and Schedule B. And just to reiterate, the main purpose of this application is not to relook at the entire design of this building or the density of it or the coverage of it. They are meeting all the zoning requirements. Even though they've taken away some parking, they have increased the size of the parking lot, so it still achieves actually more parking than what's actually required. They've taken away some amenity space, but they're still within the variances that they've achieved. So really, we're asking council to determine whether they feel that these design guidelines that are in the official community plan have been met with the changes that have been proposed. So that I'll leave it for questions.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation and for the information provided. Any questions for staff? So you're very careful to state that this is about the design because people want immediate traffic solutions. So I suppose implementation of a right-hand turn lane on Church Road would be out of scope, would it? The applicant is here, so I won't necessarily leave it to you just to answer that. But when you hear about the need to do that and to come together with the development community to address the traffic, have to ask because that's what's in front of us. But the improved, I do appreciate the work that's been done to improve the look of the building because that first submission was not attractive. So I appreciate the work that's been done to get it to something to where it is now. In terms of the townhouses that are being eliminated, are those the ones that had studio spaces in them? Okay, so maybe the applicant can answer that because we are seeing a reduction over time of commercial and retail space with more housing to accommodate more vehicles. And that is drifting away from the original intention of this large rezone when it occurred at the time. So I'll have the applicants here. So please turn on the microphone and
Your worship,
thank
since
you.
had a question, I thought I would just invite myself up to answer for you. My name is Malcolm McNaughton. I'm Director of Planning and Business Development for Key Corp, one of the project sponsors, and we are located in Langford, and I also live in Langford. To answer your question about the traffic study was done many years ago, back when the property was rezoned. There is a covenant on the property, both with the District of Sooke and with Ministry of Transportation. And that requires us to do a center turn lane as part of our design. So we are working through the final design right now with MOTI. We have submitted as part of the building permit application for this project, which has been submitted for all 3 buildings in this phase, a preliminary design. And we, as of late last week, we're still waiting for final comments from MOTI on that. One of the initial comments that we had during the initial development permit application phase was that MOTI had required that we provide a 4 lanes room for a 4-lane section. And so we got with our traffic designer, Watt Engineering, as well as our civil engineer, Islander, and made sure that we could accommodate that just right out of the get-go, because they haven't determined what that final road section along there will be yet. I will just add that one of the major benefits of building this phase, in addition to the Sooke Road frontage improvements that will happen there, is the connection of Lanark. So Lanark will come through to Goodmere and will provide some of the relief and provide some of the road network to be able to provide kind of that long-term solutions.
Okay, thank you very much for clarifying that. And I appreciate you highlighting Lanark to Goodmere, because the intention there was to draw and open up the harbor and all of that. So, you know, it's a bit of vision. So thank you for highlighting that. And then I saw that you shook your head. So the studio spaces are still in the works.
So the live workspaces are the 7 that are beneath the commercial CRU. The units that we eliminated were just purely residential units. And if we have specific questions, I do have Lori Kyle, our architect here with us, who has done the good work of creating a better facade for us.
Okay, that's great. And then you were here for the fire smarting, so any resistance?
No, I lived through some of that in the Okanagan, and when I was working as a planner in the Okanagan, Firesmart was a big part of what we did. So it's a very excellent program.
Yeah, just because over the years, unfortunately, there's been small brush fires with either garbage or discarded cigarettes and the like. So even though it's in an urban area, there can still be
Always
problems.
challenges,
Yeah, so thank you for that. Counselor St. Pierre, I see your hand. Okay.
Just want to start by saying thank you for actually being hopefully ready to build some more commercial space, for putting through the connections and the connectivity, and for doing the work to actually bring this to alignment with the kind of look that we're looking for. My question is really, assuming there's an issuance of a building permit or a development permit at this point in time, how soon do you expect shovels in the ground?
Well, we are hoping, and we've been working diligently with staff to get our soil alteration permit issued. And I was speaking to the contractor on Friday, and we would expect, if this is approved and we get our soil alteration permit this week, we'd be having machinery moving on site next week.
Okay.
So one of the challenges that we had in the initial design was when we went and priced it, it came out so that we couldn't afford to do it, which is what Mr. Marshall had related to. And so we've now priced it. We've got firm quotes. We have our financing in place. We are ready to proceed.
Did I see another hand from someone? The one I had is you're waiting for MOTI to sign off on
Just the
work?
final design on the frontage improvements. So that's they get to comment on the Sooke Road improvements.
Okay.
So all of our building permits are in, all of our civil engineering, site work, Lanark is designed and in. The only thing that we're waiting on right now is just a second review by MOTI.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
How long have you been waiting? Not longer.
No, let's not speak to that.
Okay. Counselor Bateman.
Yeah, thank you very much for this. And I'm curious, having heard earlier the stories and anecdotes and realities of traffic, and undoubtedly you've experienced it yourself. Does it give you pause at all in terms of maybe commercial tenancies? And
we're not concerned with the commercial tenancies. We've had good uptake already on some of the buildings, so we are prepared to go ahead. So yeah.
Okay, do you
I think locationally it's a great location, and we build things for the long term.
Yeah.
And I think that, working on traffic solutions, they're going to come in the long term. So even if we start construction next week, we're still going to be a couple of years away before this gets built, and the Church Road will be done by then. And so we'll hopefully get some more solutions on the table as well.
Okay, thank you.
Charters Road.
Sorry,
Charters.
yes.
Okay, Counselor Pearson.
Sorry. I had my head on the church roundabout, so sorry, because that was something I worked on a while ago. Yeah.
Can we get the recommendation back up so I could read them? I'll just there it is. Okay, so I'll make a motion that council authorize the issuance of development permit amendment PLN 01823 to allow for the changes to issued development permit PLN 01669 in accordance with the Schedule A and Schedule B.
Okay, that's moved and seconded by Counselor Lajeunesse. Can you turn off your microphone? And can you turn yours off too? Or staff member?
Oh, great.
Okay. They all get dampened down if more than one's on. Okay, would you like to speak to it?
It's been a long time coming, and I think that, we've had an open space there, and we've had a number of successes and failures in the past that have kept a very open space that I think people have got attracted to, but I'm very, very happy to see this development finally going ahead with, or at the point of building permits being in, so.
Counselor Lajeunesse?
Yeah, I would echo that. I think it was 17 years ago when Mariners Village got started. So it's good to see this finally coming to fruition. So thank you for all your work on this.
Counselor Beddoes?
Yeah, I just want to thank the applicant for those last few words of encouragement that you're going to be building out for 2 years. And you're not running down the street because of the traffic woes. And hopefully within 2 years, we can have some solutions. We have some plans, but implementing them in such a, it's going to be difficult, but not impossible. So thanks for those words.
Okay, Councillor St. Pierre?
I'm just recognizing, as I think that Councillor Pearson did, that there are people in the community that have gotten used to seeing, the waterfront from the highway. But I'm hoping that they'll actually be able to see it from closer at this point with better access and better amenities. And I think that's something to look forward to. It's going to be disappointing to people who hope that we would just have a large park. But sadly, we just never really did have the money for that. We're still trying to build roads. And I'm glad that there'll be roads maybe a little bit closer that people can actually access and see the ocean.
Any comments from anyone else? Councillor Bateman?
And I'll just mention there will be future phases that will create access to that waterfront, and look forward to the complete build out in due course.
It would be September 14th, 2011. And May 2011, original. I keep everything in my office, it seems. So yeah, so no, it's exciting to see this come forward, and we wish you well with it. And the opportunity for locals to actually go on site and enjoy the view from there, which you can't really do at the moment. Our closest ability to have done that was when either the bank was operating there temporarily or there was a collection of food trucks. And then there's been, nothing since then. So appreciate you staying the course, and look forward to seeing you not in here, but out on site. Okay, I'll call the question. All those in favor, please. That's carried unanimously. And if the Modi permitting still drags on, please let us know. I'd be happy to. Never mind. Okay, I'm going to move on here. That concludes all the items in item 10. Item 11 is our bylaw section. So we have a number of here that are up for adoption, and we've deliberated them in the past. So 11.1 would be that council adopt bylaw cited as zoning amendment bylaw number 908 600-103 2024. Moved by Councillor Beto, seconded by Councillor St. Pierre. All those in favor, please. Any opposed? That's carried unanimously. 11.2 is that council adopt bylaw cited as zoning amendment bylaw 895 600-99 2024. It's moved by Councillor St. Pierre and seconded by Councillor Bateman. All those in favor, please. Any opposed? That's carried unanimously. 11.3, that council adopt bylaw cited as Sooke Sewer Specified Area Amendment Bylaw 894-147-45 2024. Moved by Councillor Pearson, seconded by Councillor St. Pierre. All those in favor, please. And that's carried. Any opposed? That too is carried unanimously. Okay, new business, and I have a notice of motion as well, but we'll deal with that. I figured I would put that in after we deal with the two that are already in the works. So I don't believe there's any new business. There's three, sorry. Yes, three. Okay, so the first one here is request for MLTI traffic study and BC Transit alignment. So this was read in by Councillor St. Pierre at the last regular meeting. Is there a seconder? It's already been moved, so I'm looking to second. Seconded by Councillor Bateman, and over to Councillor St. Pierre.
Okay, so this should be pretty straightforward. Our staff is already working with BC Transit on a lot of this stuff, but it's basically more with the OCP process in mind. We know that we should be building along transit corridors, but we don't actually have transit enough to have corridors. So even though Bill 46 or 44 would like us to build along corridors, we're in a rural area that's really meant for large urban areas. Having said that, we do have the option of having more service in certain places, and we need to figure out where we want to put our density. And then we need to have those things align. The community should have a chance to basically look at that and figure out, okay, so where do we actually want, for example, potential bus loops, potential transit corridors to be developed? And hopefully if we build the density, the buses will come. So far, we don't know that for sure, but there's that possibility if we plan ahead and ideally work with their people. They're actually engaging in their transit future plan update. So it's a good time to tap into BRTC staff and transit planners to try and actually get some solid stuff that we can present to the community within the OCP process. And that's what this is about. Hoping for council to support.
Okay, Counselor Bateman is a seconder.
Well, I didn't prepare any notes for this. I think it's a absolutely automatic yes for me. However, I just quickly ad-libbing here. You know, just long-term planning and projections seem critical. We need these baselines before we can move ahead. Now, the South Island Transportation Plan, which Modi released in 2020, has some future orientation, of course, and our transportation master plan talks about, I think, 25,000 cars during rush hour on Sooke Road by 2035 or something. So I think this would be great for Modi to sink their teeth into and provide us this kind of absolute base measurements. And as for the transit piece, absolutely anything that will improve our transit system and get more direct service, 61 free services you proposed to the Transit Commission and other things.
Okay, thank you, Counselor Pearson.
Yes, just a question on the, and I like the commission. Are we requesting through a letter through the mayor to Modi? Because we can't, the way this motion is written is that we tell them to do it.
Okay, that's a good catch. I think a friendly amendment would be that council directs staff to request and to report back at upcoming meetings. So that's a good catch.
If I may, I didn't actually speak to I thought I only heard the BC Transit piece when you read it out. This is really also meant to help our planning process because, for example, we're affected by Shirley, we're affected by Port Renfrew and development all the way down the line. We need projections in terms of what's going to be happening, with Route 14. I think that so far we're getting some information, but we still don't have a long-term plan. Like, what are we looking at 2050? And we need to know in order to make our own plans. And again, that informs things like our OCP. Now, obviously, I don't think they're going to get anything done. And it's possible, and I'm hoping, that they'll just say, it's already done. We just didn't give it to you or something. But I doubt that's the case. Hoping that they can actually provide us with better data. They're the ones to do it.
Okay, thank you. Counselor McMath?
My only issue with this is that we don't need another study to know there's a problem now. And it's just going to progressively get worse until we start problem solving immediate, short term and long term. So I appreciate the planning aspect. And I do think that is required, absolutely. But I do think 13.1 and 13.2, they just fall within 13.3. So all those action pieces would be captured in that. So I'm just not sold on these two separate motions. I don't think they're required. To me, they both fall under 13.3.
Okay, Counselor St. Pierre.
Respectfully, even though we know that traffic's going to get worse, actually getting details on what we can do about it is critical. And we just don't have the resources within our own staff to actually figure out what's happening all the way down Route 14 and how we can respond. So even though it's true that we know there's a problem, we don't actually know, for example, what are the specific amenities and services that we need to provide in Sooke to get cars off roads, or any of a number of things of how tourism is being affected and so on and so forth. We need more information in order to actually do the best planning we can, especially in a critical situation like this. Knowing there's a problem doesn't tell us. It's honestly, it's like the Firesmart. I wouldn't have started necessarily with a neighborhood plan that focused on saving the houses. I would have been, trying to take down the brush in the forests around, but that would have been the wrong thing to do. Their work and their study shows the easy way to do it. And I want to know what we can do that's easy that we can afford. And for that, we need information.
Okay, Counselor McMath.
I completely agree with you. And touching on the fire safe report tonight, the whole piece behind it was collaboration. So we don't know what we can afford until everybody's at the table. So whether it is the removal or the relocation of schools, if it's access through that property, if it is BC Transit taking buses and pulling them from Victoria so people aren't missing their buses on work from Sooke because the impact is so much greater, whether the MLA has advocacy pieces that they can touch on that they haven't thought of, whether it's historical knowledge, like Ms. Lewis was speaking on from the development community, just like the MOU pieces like that, that perhaps because everyone is so siloed, we don't actually know what we have to work with. So to me, I agree with everything you're saying. The only difference is I would like it to all be at one table instead of these siloed pieces. And it's the same with 13.2. I still think that you can have that goal and that action item, but within 13.3. Because again, 13.2 is siloed as well.
Okay, well, depending on where all this lands, they would all, and if a committee is formed, then they would work would naturally fall to different places. I'm in favor of this. I think we obviously need to act. We're doing what we can now, but there's also all the points beyond us out to Otter Point and Port Renfrew that we're not capturing in this. So the intention here is to not just look at the impact within Sooke and Sooke proper, but points beyond as well. Anything else on the motion from anyone? No? Okay, I'll call the question then. All those in favor? And opposed? Councillor McMath is opposed, so that carries on a 6-1. 13.2, short-term traffic solutions. This one is provided by Councillor Pearson, so this was read into the record as the mover. Is there a seconder? Councillor Beddoes, go ahead. All right, so Councillor Pearson.
Okay. Okay, kind of got a little excited earlier today. Which is unusual for me. We have a short-term traffic problem in our community. We heard it loud and clear from the members of the public tonight. On top of that, we have a 2,300 name petition circulating around the community. 2,300 names is significant. They probably got that in 2 days standing on the side of the road. But the point of my motion is for us to work with the stakeholders in our community, which is the building community, which is the industry, which is the business owners, which is represented by the Chamber of Commerce. And they've actually come to the table with some actual money for us to hire a consultant to take an immediate short-term look at what we can do, not to take away from 13.3, which is the next motion, which is committee, which is, time going. The purpose of my motion is to actually bring some real solutions short-term, and maybe they're minuscule, but maybe we can add up 10 minuscule ones to make somewhat of a difference in the traffic. I think that we're not doing a great job of sharing with the community what we are trying to do in the background. And, Throop Road getting through, even if we had all that money tomorrow morning, we couldn't open that road probably for 3 to 4 years. And right now we've got people late for daycare. We've got businesses shutting down. We've got people who are getting charged extra amounts of money, and money's tight for families. So the motion I'm going to put forward is that council direct our CAO, Rachel Gray, to engage with the
You just hold on a second. So you already have a motion that's been moved and seconded. So are you looking to amend that?
Part B.
Okay, so part A, this is now a new part A.
Yeah. Okay, so just leave this as it is.
Leave this in and now you're adding to it. Okay.
Yes.
Just, I'm trying to follow procedurally here what's going on. All right, proceed.
So that we can actually get something done is what I want to add point B. Sorry, and I'm going back into my reasons.
So what is that?
Okay.
Like, what are we amending? What is the amendment?
B.
B.
This is A. This will become
Okay.
A.
Got it. And so what's B
And
then?
B will be that council endorsed CAO Rachel Gray to engage an independent engineer who is the current board chair of the engineers and geoscientists of British Columbia to look at our current traffic situation and explore for potential immediate solutions.
Okay, can you?
Oh, who the person was? Engineer's name, Michelle Mahovlich. Okay.
Or the firm would be more appropriate.
Okay, the firm. Don't know the name of the firm. She's the current board chair of the Engineers and Geoscientists of British Columbia. But that the, an independent engineer to Chris by name. Yeah, sure.
We need to second it before you can. Like immediate solutions, or like just one solution or more?
Solutions, yeah.
Solutions.
Yes.
So is this, okay, is there, yes? This is an amendment that he's made now. Well, he's moved it as an amendment. When I asked, he said that he's moving an amendment, so this is an amendment. And now I need a seconder for the amendment. Okay, it's been seconded for discussion. Okay, now Councillor Pearson, go ahead and clarify your amendment.
Okay. I think that if we have an independent look and look at solutions that are presented from our community, from our staff, from our internal engineer to see what is viable and get somebody working on it on the ground right now. The business community has stepped up with thousands of dollars to help us in this endeavor. So how do we not do it?
Okay, fine. As the seconder to the amendment would be Councillor Bateman.
Yeah. So as I say, for discussion, I'd be very curious to know whether we would have the opportunity to provide some terms of reference to the consultant, or the consultant
that would be
to give us a fully independent report through direct engagement with our staff and CAO.
But that would be the role of the administrator. Now we're basically right in the weeds of that work.
Right, right.
Yeah, we don't want to be in the weeds. We want our CAO to report back to us.
Yeah.
Okay, just hold a second. I'm just gonna go to our CAO, then to Councillor McMath. Are you?
Well, I haven't quite
hold on.
finished.
Okay.
I would add also whether this offer by the chamber and the Sooke, what do we call it here? The Sooke Traffic Committee is pending passage of a task force as recommended by Councillor McMath. Would that money still be on the table, and could that task force take advantage of the generous offer?
Okay, well, I'm going to just chime in here on that, and then I'm going to CAO Gray, is that in the event that there is a need for funding, council can explore that through contingency fund or other sources. I think the chamber should hold on to its funding to do the work that the chamber is doing. It's to build up their membership, to look at opportunities on how to retain businesses. Like it's wonderful that you fundraise $10,000, but to me, I would say that you should use that to support your membership and other small businesses, because we can access funds. The money is not the problem why we're not doing work, I would say. That's just my opinion on that, but I'm going to go to our CAO on this.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a couple points here. We do have procurement policy, so getting direct direction from council to direct award potential money to an applicant, to a member of the engineering world, is not something I would prefer. I don't like being, like the CAO has discretion within the purchasing policy to procure services as needed. I guess I would need clarity on what it is you're trying to, what is the solution? What is the problem we're trying to solve? Are we trying to achieve zero traffic delays at all times? Are we trying to achieve, like, what is an acceptable traffic delay during rush hour? Every community has rush hour delays. So, clarity on what you would like myself and potentially staff and consultants to work on is more the clarity I think staff would need. Directing me to engage specifically with one person is not the proper way to procure this. And I would need to know, what do you want this person to do? There is confidential information. So if this is not a formal council committee, there's limitations on what I'll be able to share with any individual of the public. So there is, when it comes to land acquisition, et cetera, that's all confidential information. So we cannot just blanketly share everything with members of the community. So
Okay,
maybe just some clarity on what what we'd like her to do. And I appreciate Councilor McMath's point that it kind of 10.3 and this one are kind of coming together here.
Okay, there's a speaking list. Councillor McMath, was your hand was up. So, okay, go ahead, please.
CEO Gray answered the first half, thank you. My other question is the premise of this to remove workload from staff to hyper focus on a solution? Is that the premise of this, or?
I won't answer all the questions because I don't have all the answers, but I'm making the motion. So the answer is what is staff capacity to explore options and multiple options at the same time? I was trying to stay away from using the name because the CAO can at any time engage in any consultant at any time in our procurement policy. We're clouding the water a little bit by saying that the development community is coming to the table with some money to help us. What they're saying is that they're serious about assisting us, and maybe we don't have to go, you know, to the mayor's point. We have council contingency. If this is important to us as a council to get something done, which is extremely important to me, I'm not sure that this is the exact right motion. But what we're trying to achieve is somebody looking at our current traffic situation that has capacity to do it and make recommendations through the CAO that has to come back to council to get something done in the short term. Because we have a crisis on our hands and I don't need to say that. I've already said that enough tonight. We have a crisis on our hands of monumental proportions. So I said it again. And we're affecting the lives of a lot of people. 2,300 people on a signature, on a petition means a lot to me as sitting here as a councillor. And it should, and I'm not going to speak for you guys. We need to do something. And this is a solution that may have some benefits that we're not seeing. That's it. Simple as that.
I fully support the idea. I just think it's just cart before the horse. So I'd rather that the committee be formed and then that same offer of help and that knowledge, the funding, if we're short for some reason, however that shakes out, but that we're pulling in the same direction. And like was just mentioned earlier, we can't eradicate it completely. So is it BC Transit takes 10 minutes off? Does Modi, like all those pieces? And so then we can actually put that funding wherever it comes from to a directed project. So then, and because I do like the idea because it's an emerging issue, but staff still has a ton of work to do the day to day. So I do love the idea of having a third party that can take a bulk of that work on behalf so that the rest of the service levels aren't sacrificed. I would just a little too early for me.
Okay, Councillor Lajeunesse, then Beddoes on the amendment and St. Pierre.
Yeah, I think this is not an either or situation. This is intended to come up with some immediate solutions to help traffic move around our community. The backup is on Highway 14, but that's not where the issue is. The issue is that the traffic does not disperse as it enters our municipality. But there are some short-term solutions, I believe, that we can arrive at to help traffic move around the community better and help to move some of the traffic, some of the local traffic off of Highway 14. And I think that's what we need to do. And we need to do it now. As we've heard tonight, we have our tourism industry is suffering and we're in the height of tourism season now. And they need some immediate solutions, and not just them, but residents in general. And tourists need to be able to come to Sooke, or we're going to see businesses leaving. And I don't want to see that.
Okay, Councillor Beddoes, then St. Pierre.
Yeah, I get a little concerned that sometimes that, you know, we're all jumping up to try and solve the problem. And we have a pretty simple thing that was put forward, that the community has come together and they've got some people in the community that has some recommendations. And my understanding is staff would be willing to look at those recommendations to see if they're doable. And I fully support that. Great. If somebody's got a great idea out there that will help matters and it's doable, it's not something that's going to take us 3 years. Why wouldn't we look at it? So I'm all for that. But the second part of this, the amendment that we're talking about, is more of the long term. And I think that takes a little bit more of a thought process. Because I'd like to see, again, I hate to say this, I'm agreeing with Councillor Lajeunesse, and we need to find what can we do now. And you know, I hold a whole lot of hope that we're going to find a whole lot, because I've seen some of these suggestions, and most of them require a bit of lead time. But there might be some things there. And I'd be very happy with the first motion. I'm not in favor of the second motion. I think that can come farther down the line. I understand very clearly what would like to be done here. But I think that we need to look at that short-term stuff. We had an in-camera meeting today. Of course, again, we can't discuss that. But there was a lot of things there in that meeting that would lean to some of the concerns that the people have. Again, they're not going to be done in 1 or 2 or 3 months. Even a short little road to be put in somewhere to alleviate something is going to be time you engineer it, fund it, contract it out. We'll be in the fall as it is. So I'm interested to see what this group has come forward with. There's some people which I have a great deal of respect for, might have some good suggestions. So let's not go thundering down the roads and changing everything. Let's just deal with the here and now, get something done to, if there is something to be done, to alleviate the short-term problem. And I think that's what the public's asking for. The long-term problems, the Sooke Road extension, we have that in the works. We can move it up in a date. We could probably put it in a year earlier than 2027, probably 2026, but that's 2026. It's a couple of years away. We've had that plan for a long time. It's 60% engineered. It's ready to ask for funding from other levels of government. But right now we need to find some short term, because Charters is closed, and it's, you know, they have to dig right down to the water there. Well, not water, but down to the creek. We can't open it up for another month or two. So we need some other solutions. So I like the first one. I will not support the second one, and I'd like us to get on with it. We've got a group of suggestions that have come in. Let's look at them, and I can't make that decision. I'm not an engineer, but we have staff that can make that decision, and they can decide, okay, that's, you know, that's off the wall. That's not going to work. It's going to take us 9 months and $10 million. Or another one say, geez, no, that's not a bad idea. $300,000 and some help from the community. Fine. But let's get those in front of staff so they can evaluate them and get some answers back to those people, because some of the suggestions I heard, I know are not workable, but some might be. And I want to know what they are, and I want our staff to evaluate this. So enough of this messing around. Let's get on to the short-term one. We can deal with the long-term problems. We're going to be dealing anyways. We had a great discussion today. We're going to go into it with great fever for the next couple of months of trying to get something good on the long term. None of it is easy. None of it is cheap. You're looking at $35 million, and we can only borrow $55 million. So all those ramifications have to be looked at by the public as well. Everybody okay with a $200 a month a year increase in their taxes? Probably so. They're probably so pissed off with the traffic, they'll vote for it. Understandable. But let's deal with the here and now. Let's deal with the short-term stuff. They've gone to all this trouble to make those recommendations. Let staff look at it, and let's get on with seeing if they fly or not. This other stuff we can get on with at a later date. Let's deal with the here and now.
Okay, thank you. Councillor St. Pierre, then McMath on the amendment.
So unfortunately, I've got a buildup of stuff now. And the first, I had a quick question on clarity. Now it's longer. So this is directed at Councillor Pearson.
Okay, direct the comments to me. I am the chair. It's the way it has to be.
Okay, so through the chair. The question I have for clarity, we've sort of touched on it a little bit, but it's more about the intent of your motion and of the amendment to the motion. So what I'm hearing, and I want you to correct me, is that you're looking at hiring an engineer to present some sort of report for immediate steps to alleviate traffic buildup due to charters? Or are you looking for something more broad? And when I ask for solutions, are these solutions, if we're looking at a traffic engineer, those, I mean, every if your tools are hammers, everything looks like a nail. They're not necessarily going to look outside of roads and that sort of thing. So I'm curious, what kind of expert are we looking for? Because I'd be looking for someone who might have a bunch of solutions, because let's be honest, road building is not a quick solution. It's not an immediate solution. So what are your thoughts on that? And is that, sorry, through your worship, what are your?
Okay, to the mover of the amendment.
The short-term solutions are not all related to Charters Road. So that's not that. It's because Charters Road is just the straw that broke the camel's back. We've been coming up this road for a bit of time. The name of the engineer has put her name forward as a volunteer to help us with our situation, civil and environmental engineer. So two disciplines, not a road builder, but has worked on solutions around infrastructure in the past. And I found that out. Anyways, I was trying to keep the motion more generic so that Rachel would have the authority to direct Rachel to do that engagement, not us. Right?
Our
'Cause that's too
CAO.
low. Sorry, our CAO, Rachel Gray. And I apologize for that. That was the intent of my motion, was to direct that, not for us to be in the weeds, was for that to take place at the CAO level. Thank you.
Okay, follow up, go ahead.
I'll follow. So what I'm curious about is if you've got a group of people who have some ideas on how to sort this out and they've got the money, could they not simply hire this person or get this person to put together a report? I remember back when I was looking at the need for a food policy council, and the research that I did indicated that doing a food policy council that was directly attached to the district would be a good way to slow it down and to make sure the initiatives took forever to happen. So I'm just putting it out there, and for it to be potentially changed and canceled when there was an election and people decided we don't want a food policy council anymore. Having said that, an independent group outside can still provide information to the district and to staff. And I feel like that might be, in terms of speeding things up, a more efficient modality. I know, just throwing it out there.
My response is that's not unheard of, and it's not a bad idea, but a collaborative approach with staff and a consultant is probably the ideal from my point of view. Right.
Okay, Councillor McMath and Beddoes.
So again, 13.2 to me is redundant at this point, and I want to capture the work and the passion and the charge that's been put ahead. But I want it to have value, and I want it to be shared at the table. So this same group of people should be at the table should that motion pass, because the Joint Traffic Committee has immediate, short-term, long-term, super long-term. So that committee doesn't slow anything down. In fact, it would speed things up, because if we separate this group, what's going to happen is, great, we have this really good idea, and then we're going to come to another silo and they're gonna be like, oh, well, we already thought of that. Here's why you can't do it. So we're like wasting time. So in attempting to be expedient, I think it's actually going to slow those changes down. So all the ideas, there were so many tonight that were wonderful. All those pieces, I want that, and I want it immediately. We all do. We're all on the same page that way. It just gets captured in 13.3. So to me, the notion is correct. It's just this motion is redundant right now. So
Okay.
that's why I won't be supporting.
Okay, thank you. On the amendment, Councillor Beddoes, we're still on the amendment. Okay, so.
I understand. What I'm hoping is that on the amendment, that this either can be tabled or postponed and dealt with in the next meeting, not the cow, but the other one in September. And what that will do, it will give staff a chance to have a look at this proposal, because I heard some reluctance and maybe some minefields to have a look at it. And then we can discuss it again in whatever it is, in 2 weeks' time. And if we wanted to proceed with it at that time, then we could. In the interim, if we went through the first motion, I don't want to dwell on that, then we can get some action going. I'm not saying completely no to this, and I don't agree with Councillor McMath on this one too, is this may be all right, but I would want to hear more from the staff to have a look at it and seeing the feasibility of sort of the rules and regulations, how we hire people. And even though the money may come somewhere else, there's a lot of minefields there, and I'd like staff to report back. That's what we pay them for. I'm not saying no to this amendment right now. I won't vote against it right now if it comes forward. But I might vote for it in 2 weeks' time when I know more information. So I don't know whether
Okay, so I'm just gonna stop there and speak on this amendment and then because we're moving all over the place here. I'm trying to follow this here. So I'm not in favor of this amendment. What I haven't heard anyone bring up, there's been solutions presented in various forms. So this email or this email, some members of the public shared it tonight, some shared them at the previous meeting. There's never been a list that says, here's a whole suite of solutions. So I have some written down and I know our staff have some as well. So ideally, I would like to know from our staff, and we don't need this answer today, but it would be the case, here are the solutions, because they may have already talked about some of them and what can be action, what could not be, what requires this in order for that to happen. And then should staff feel that they need more capacity, they will let us know. We have, as you all know, just onboarded 25% of our workforce. There are a lot of new people that are getting to work right now that are welcoming here. There's, as Mr. Carter indicated earlier, there is some new staff in the engineering department that are bringing fresh energy. So why would we not allow our own staff to address it first? And if they're stuck somewhere, then we can see what other resources may be needed, and it would be up for our staff to procure that in a fair and transparent manner. I don't know any of the solutions aside from what I have written down and what I've heard from the public. I have my thoughts on how some could be achieved and others could not. And some are completely new to me, or I've heard them, some run through ALR land. I know that's a non-starter because it's ALR land. So there's other ones, but I don't have all of them. I asked it the last time, it would be great if someone could produce this, if that was immediate. How come no one has even written them down and provided them? So that they're all in one place. That hasn't happened yet, but that might be an immediate thing to do, is to actually write them all down on one piece of paper and hand them in and have staff answer back and report back on them. And then say, maybe it's a legal opinion we need. If we're crossing over into property we don't even know that is privately held, or taking apart someone's existing home to put a road through. Like, there's a whole process that goes into that. So I think that might be an idea before we start procuring something, because I don't even know what the problem we're solving right now. I know we have a problem, but all of these require a lot of resources and a lot of money and a lot of things. So that would be helpful. So I'm not in support of this. So I'm going to call the question on the amendments and then see where that lands. And then we'll go back to the other one, and we have another one to follow. And then on that one, but I'm going to deal with this one first. So on the amendment, please, all those in favor of the amendment and opposed. So Councillor Beddoes, McMath, St. Pierre, Bateman, and myself are opposed. So that's defeated. So now on the main motion is, again, who is the committee? What committee are we talking about here? The motion, how does it differ? We have a local committee with members of the chamber and the business community. And then I've heard or read, there's these people, these counselors, others through various news sources, provincial candidates. That could be interesting, given there's a provincial election. So the other motion is a little bit more specific, because at least it provides something in terms of what the membership looks like and a rough start to terms of reference and the like. So I'm just going to leave it that. How are we, like, we're forming 2 traffic committees now? Potentially. That just, I don't, okay. On this one, others wish to speak. So Councillor Bateman.
Yeah, I'll just say I'm absolutely in favor of this one. This is not a second, not an official group as of the kind that Councillor McMath is recommending. This is a group of individuals who've come together, as has been said. Let's have a look at this stuff. Please bring it on, put it in a formal report and submit it. just like Britt Santowski has done, you too can do this and put it in front of us. And this is
Okay.
what Councillor Pearson is asking for, and I think.
So
why
this
not?
isn't forming a committee. This is basically asking, okay, well, anyone can do that. Everyone is welcome to provide solutions to council. So I think that it's almost redundant in a way because you could just send them, email them in like everyone else, but it's moved and seconded. Anyone else wish to speak on this? Councillor St. Pierre.
I appreciate the intent because I think the intent is actually to make sure that we have a look at these ideas. A lot of people in the community want to know why we're not doing anything and why these ideas are not being properly explored. I think Councillor Pearson is wanting to at least get some professional expertise on this to basically check it out, find out what's going on. And I do appreciate that. Unfortunately, I don't think that I like the idea that we're directing staff to explore these options because I know that our staff is actually busy trying to work on the long-term solutions. And honestly, we're not really very good at reactive in terms of doing this stuff. Our staff is doing a good job in using the TMP and actually putting in those long-term solutions. Distracting and diverting our staff resources doesn't make sense to me on this. Having said that, I do think that it's highly useful for this group potentially to take action and to get in touch with an engineer, have that stuff checked out, have the ideas vetted, and potentially present it because that would actually get it done quickly, get it back to us quickly. I would encourage that sort of action. I just don't think that in this particular case, I can support this as it stands.
So in terms of the options, were those the ones shared with us today? What are the options?
Council directs staff to explore options of traffic presented by a local committee.
That have been presented by a local committee. So when have they been presented? Like what are we directing staff to look at? Like that's where, like, where are the solutions that have been presented? When were they presented? Where were they presented? Because I missed that meeting.
Just point of order. I mean,
Yes.
that's a valid question. If we're asking them to explore a list, I'm waiting to see the list. I heard some things that are on it, but has that group submitted a final list? Are they some of the members in the room? Are we allowed to ask them or?
Well, we have a motion on the floor, so this discussion is with council now. So I was expecting a list of solutions.
Well, can I ask staff?
Has any list of solutions
Be
or
submitted to you?
anything?
Through your worship, no official list. I've had conversations with members of the community on potential solutions, but I don't have a specific list that I've received.
Councillor McMath?
So this motion failing doesn't mean that its actions won't come to fruition. In fact, they'll be better captured, and then we will have a matrix and a checklist, and we will have what is achievable, what is not achievable, and we can push things up, we can triage pieces, and then that way all of their recommendations get formally captured through that committee with staff present, and then it's our responsibility. Sorry, are you finished? So I'm not supporting this motion, but the action that you want to capture will happen through 13.3.
Okay. Thank you. And I think it's just the list. There's just a few, a member earlier today asked about a connection. I know that's ALR land. It came up with Sun River. It was stopped for that reason, amongst others. Others indicated things like opening up Charters Road. Now that the culvert is in, well, they're building a retaining wall and putting in utilities. So it cannot be driven on safely. But when we hit another milestone, that's what our staff is working on. And they have shared that when the road, if possible, can be open to single lane traffic, they will do so when it's safe to do so. In terms of Sooke Elementary, I know that back property well. You would need to remove a playground in order and go over a retaining wall through a field and take out a bunch of trees to exit and fill in a ditch on Country Road to be able to funnel traffic. And it would need to be controlled or it will go all over the play area that the students enjoy today. There's just some limitations for those reasons. And if you drive up College Road right now, it's very narrow. It would be single lane, obviously, and you would need an entire crew on site to manage that. It's just the reality. I encourage you to go there and have a look. If you take out another section, it's all trees and plantings that elementary school students have dug from the library lands and planted and take care of. And they've been doing that since the library lands came online. The rest of it runs right into townhouses and dead ends. So I would encourage you to walk that and look at it. There's other pieces around transit, which is coming, the MOU, it's live. There wasn't a need to sign another one because the current one still holds and our ministry staff indicated so when they were on site. Other ones I've heard of involve acquiring, now whether this is from this group or not, acquiring property and basically bulldozing houses, which is a scary thought for residents in some areas when they don't know about that, if that is what's being planned. In other cases, it's, you know, dumping and fill and driving over it. Again, we have to do site surveys. We have to assess the land before you just dump gravel onto raw land. In every development application, there's letters from land guardians and the archaeological environmental assessment that needs to happen. So those are some that I'm aware of so far. But it would be helpful, I think, and you don't require a motion for our staff to receive this or to meet and to talk about them, which they're willing to do. And if there's an issue, they'll raise that and bring it forward. So anything further on the motion? Okay, so I'll call the question. All those in favor, please. And opposed is myself and Councillor. I just.
Sorry, that's my bad. The screen was.
Okay, so I'm gonna do this again. So I'm gonna call the question on the traffic improvements that have been explored. Probably the ones I listed off. Maybe there's others.
There were a few others.
Okay, but I don't know what they are. So I'm only going with what I know and what's been provided so far. Okay, all those in favor, please. And opposed, Councillor McMath, St. Pierre, and myself are opposed. So that carries. So whoever has a list and move this, I recommend that you provide it to our staff so they can receive them and maybe report back in an upcoming meeting. Okay. Next motion, 13, but to those in the audience, it doesn't mean that your work, you are heard and we appreciate all that you're doing. There's everything I just said. Okay. The next one up here is 13.3. So this is the Joint Traffic Committee that Councillor McMath has technically read into the record. So you don't need to read it out. It's been moved. We just require a seconder at this point. Seconded by Councillor Pearson. So Councillor McMath, it's yours.
Like we've covered almost every single point this evening, but one of the other benefits of this joint traffic committee, besides the pooling of resources, the communication between parties, how each separate group can contribute, because with 100 grand being a 1% tax increase in Sooke, a lot of these projects are not realistic. So to expedite that, having everyone at the same table. But the other piece that we haven't touched on yet is the information dissemination. So all of the things like the mayor touched on just now and other councillors have spoken to as well, of solutions that have been suggested and reasons why there are challenges to those pieces. I'm just going to call it the JTC, will act as a conduit to the community. So all of the people that are members of that can go and speak to those pieces when they're out in the public, whether it's the MLA on CFAX, whether it is the Sooke Business Group or the Sooke Builders Association speaking to like their clients or their coworkers who have these questions. So everyone being at the same table and going through those pieces. I also think that the work from the JTC should go on the website and that there be a submission spot for ideas, because not everyone can make these committees. Not everyone can make these meetings. Not everyone knows how to access the district or council. So just having a user-friendly space on the website where if you have a suggestion, especially in Sooke with a community with such talented and highly intelligent people, there are going to be so many ideas that no one has thought of. So everything else we've already touched on. I've read the motion previously. So yeah, any questions?
Okay, and seconder was Councillor Pearson. Go ahead.
No, I think we've beleaguered the point that we have a traffic problem and we're all trying to come up with a solution, and this is another tool in the toolbox, and it feels like local government, you know, another committee, another study and things like that. And that's the point for us is to communicate to the public that we're working on something, that we've got to come up with some solutions. This has some great points throughout it. I think my hesitation on it is the short term, is the immediate fix. And that's, I mean, I think I've made myself clear, but I like the building of a committee that absolutely will look at traffic at the front end as opposed to the back end. And that's what's kind of happened to us, right? You know, we've stumbled into a congested neighborhood, and we're living with some serious consequences. We're not living with them at the table. That's the sad news. I mean, some of us are, but we're hearing from the public loud and clear that we have to do something, and in the aid of doing nothing, we've got to do something. I don't know what else to say.
Okay, Councillor Bateman, then St. Pierre.
Okay, so I'm absolutely in favor of this group here. I'm assuming it's going to be a select committee. As per our council procedure bylaw, council may establish and appoint select committees to consider and require into any matter to report their findings to council. At least one member of a select committee must be a council member. So that's what that would be. I have questions around the group of participants that have been chosen. I would like to have a discussion around that, because this would be friendly amendments, yes. And also a key factor here is to remember that this joint traffic committee is very much a joint, but should be thinking active transportation. It's not just all about roads and moving cars. So I would hope that this gathering of great minds will look at the full picture of active transportation, which is, of course, is the root of our transportation master plan.
Okay, Councillor St. Pierre.
Okay, I've got some stuff I've got written down. Our traffic situation is predictable and was predicted, is why we have a TMP in the first place that addresses our internal connectivity and it does work to enhance active transportation options. The district has prioritized implementing TMP above everything else except public safety. That's the only thing that we spend more on. We put everything we've got into the TMP and improving our road network and connectivity. All of our flexible grant funding from the province and the feds has gone and been used specifically for this. We've used everything. And we're anticipating potentially a referendum to actually build it out further and make it happen. Meanwhile, we're looking at, honestly, I'm really concerned because this committee will potentially take over every function of the district. It touches on almost everything. And it's poorly defined at this point in time. If the terms of reference, we have time to basically look at them carefully. If we have staff look at them, let us know what the legal implications are, whether or not we could even do it. That would make sense. This is going to freaking crush us as it stands. I don't want to hold back on this one because we go this route, we're hosed. That's all there is to it. I totally approve of the intent that's being presented here, because I think the idea of actually working with the community, with various stakeholders to actually come up with ideas is good. First of all, because we're not good at short term. We're not even good at medium term. So if we can actually get the community and get members of the community and organization of partnerships to come up with short term and midterm solutions and work on them with the support of the district, super happy. But not if it derails everything we're doing. Not if it messes with every department and every plan we have. And that's what I see happening with this as it stands. I would love to make it work. What I'm seeing is things like how are we going to get the South to the table? How are we going to get the province to the table? How are we going to get, we're mandating these people to come to us? Give me a break. This is not happening. Sorry, I'm just frustrated. Most of these groups are already at the table working with our staff on most of the projects that are being built out as it stands. So most of these people that we're asking to be there are actually redundant. And the people that we need to get to the table are people like Sooke Friends of the Park and the Chamber of Commerce and the Sooke Builders Association and any group that can actually help us with things like better public transit, carpooling, potentially getting us plug quench, telecommuting happening, better businesses, getting the amenities and service we need in town. Getting more infrastructure for bicycles so people can shop and get off the freaking road, punching holes through all the fences that separate our shops and our retail in the town center so people can actually walk places. There is so much that can be done by the community that we would have such a hard time doing. It's almost impossible for the district to pass appropriate bylaws, take appropriate measures. But if two businesses decide, let's take down the fence because it's going to help us both, they can just freaking do it. The community can do so much more than we can, but not with what's in the way. And it shouldn't get in the way of what we're trying to do, which is actually build out our road infrastructure. These are two separate things in so many ways. And I do think that they're both important. I think we need to support this, but not in the way that it's presented. I think the developers community also needs to realize its role to play. Putting in those right-hand turns, making sure that we can get places properly, taking cars off the roads, building out our TMP and helping us to do it, putting in retail when it's been asked for and agreed on and making it happen. This is all going to help. Putting in more single-family detached, that puts more cars on the road. Putting more density helps us with our issues. I encourage all these groups to work together with a district, but not with a district in charge, not with a district paying, not with it diverting our resources, and not with these terms of reference, and not necessarily with this membership, but the intent is great.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Beddoes.
Yeah, I have a great deal of problem with how it's presented as well. I don't like seeing committee shall be to develop and implement traffic solutions. Implement that means making it happen. I mean, who? I mean, I'm not going a committee telling council who are elected to make those monetary decisions, and we're going to have somebody telling us what to do. I would rather an advisory committee at best, a group of people getting together. I think your plan is unworkable. I think there's too many people around the table. Department of us, we have a District of Sooke, MLA, whoever it's going to be, School District 62, Sooke Builders Association, the Chamber, Emergency Service, MOTI. Good luck in getting that all in a meeting. Again, I applaud the intent, but I would still like to go back and do we have a transportation plan. We go to the community and say, what do you want? And they're the ones that develop the plan, not us. We passed the plan. So here we have a plan, could be some tweaking because it's a few years old now. And it's on there, the solution to some of the traffic. I'd much rather see some of the short-term traffic things done if it's doable. But this isn't the way to go. I mean, it's a long-winded thing. And, you know, I want staff input on the feasibility of doing this. And again, I go back to what Councillor St. Pierre says. We mandate the MLA to be there. We mandate the South to be there. Sooke Building Associations, MOTI. They got lots of things to do too. So, I mean, I just think it's unworkable. But I do agree that we could use an advisory committee capacity, but I think it needs to be a little bit more down to earth and down to Sooke. And, you know, you can do this with probably 4 people, MOTI, our staff, the Sooke, whatever this group is. It's, I don't mind bringing them in. But look at it that thing. Don't get down this long road. We'll have this committee for another year and we'll do absolutely nothing because it'll bog down. I've seen committees just fall apart because there's so many people on it from all different jurisdictions. Everybody's preventing their own turf or their own ideas. No, I can't support this at all.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Lajeunesse.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that having we have the transportation master plan, which addresses the medium and long-term issues. And that is being implemented. The previous item is meant to address the short-term problem that's been created. And I think we need to focus on that and that alone at this point. And the long-term solutions are already in the works in the implementation of the transportation master plan. So yeah, this committee, a committee with I think 13 or 14 different entities on it would be, yeah, you'd be looking at solutions that would be years down the road. And so I can't support this.
Okay, Councillor McMath.
So a couple of things. You all received this 2 weeks ago. So if you want to have amendments to it, or you want something similar but more simplified, this was your opportunity to do so. There's some conflicting comments. So one was that we need community engagement. We need to hear from the people. And so that is what the purpose of this committee is. We can call it whatever you like, but the purpose is not to throw out, 5 million ideas to absolutely derail staff. It's a pooling of resources. So that is knowledge, that can be fiscal, like is already happening here with 2 groups. And it is an ask for those people to be at the table. Some of the feedback we've gotten before is we have excluded groups. So that is why this list is so thorough. If people don't wish to participate, that's fine, but at least the opportunity was given to them. I don't want to waste any more time with the finger pointing. So to say that it is the development community that should be doing this, that it is the school, like it needs to be a collaborative effort. So we are saying we want action now, but we're sitting back and pointing fingers. And the community of Sooke doesn't have time for that. So the purpose of this committee is actually to save time, to disseminate information, and to pool resources. That is it. So it's a long motion. I appreciate that. You have had time to review it and suggest different things here now. None of that has been brought forward. This is to get the creation of that action list that we've just talked about that doesn't exist here. That is the purpose of this group. It's to pull those resources. It's to have these action plans, and it's to share this information with the community. So when someone says, why didn't you do this? This is why. And anyone in this group can speak to that. That is the purpose of this.
Okay, Councillor St. Pierre.
I really appreciate that. And you're right. I should have spent way more time looking at your resolution and coming up with a way, because I agree with the intent, and I should have tried to come up with a way, and we should all have done that. I'm working on it now. Nice. If we're looking at trying to come up with something, then I'm thinking something like request staff to look at a public engagement strategy to work with community groups in order to pool resources, disseminate information, share information, and save time on traffic improvements.
That's the same thing.
No, the other one is way longer, more words, trust me. It's not a friendly amendment, but would you consider working on something along those? Because I do think there's a role for us to support and get those ideas, support the community in terms of traffic improvements.
Like to
Again,
me,
I
it's
agree with
just
the intent.
it's like a bigger version of like the Builders Association. Right? You have like a group of people that have come together, and then you have a smaller group present ideas forward. And so you have all that information being disseminated, all of it coming in, and then that group goes back. That's the purpose of it, it's just on a bigger scale. Can you say your thing again?
Sorry, there's just.
I had something like request staff look at terms of reference for or a public engagement strategy to work with the community in order to pool resources, disseminate information, share information and break down silos, save time. I mean, the stuff you've been saying. I just want way shorter and way clearer and way more achievable. That's all.
That's a completely different intent. Counselor St. Pierre.
Just dragging out your key points, that's all.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we've lost our screen. This side of the room has, but were you still speaking?
I was actually going to say, is it possible to table this to the committee, the whole, and have time?
Well, I think there's a couple of things. So I've heard for a while, council we want to do something with traffic. That's a fact. That's true. Council has also been wanting to form committees for quite some time. Council has wanted to get on with strategic planning for quite some time. All of those things are done, except we have not yet endorsed our draft strategic plan because that's coming naturally, or what typically follows is you adopt your strategic plan and here's the committee structure that falls to realize all of that. But in the meantime, we have a severe traffic problem. So that is the normal local government process when it comes to committees. We get terms of reference that we endorse because what is the problem to solve that the committee is doing? What are the terms of reference? We advertise, we invite different committee members to participate. I've heard everything from having diverse participants. Some counselors want interviews when deciding the selection and the like. So it varies all over the place. We have now actioned the previous motion where at some point a list will arrive to staff and they'll report back to that. So that deals with the immediate piece. I would rather on this one is direct staff to report back on how we can implement this committee because people are absent in a way. When would this committee actually meet, be able to have its first meeting? Who is missing from this conversation here? And if it's an elected trustee, is a school, is a staff person, so like how does that work? We're naming trustees in this specifically, so not the administration who may be able to provide more information. We're waiting for the MLA in some cases, yes, but that person is listed here, but not the actual staff. What we have heard from them already. So in some cases, I would rather not defeat this, but refer it back to staff to report back on how it could be implemented and to provide some draft terms of reference, and then we could look at them together. That's just my thought.
We'd be requesting of staff some sort of report with draft terms of reference for I have a problem with actually calling it a traffic committee because we might be no, I would prefer to leave it to staff to actually come up with the options in terms of what that engagement might look like and what the most effective form of engagement might look like. So for example, it could be anything up to a service agreement with a group that would actually pull people together and then funnel ideas to us. I don't even know. What I do feel is that if we take this on in the form that it's there, it's too big and it's unwieldy. But what the intent is, which is pooling resources or helping a group of people in the community who want to pool resources, assisting them with pooling resources to do things that are good for the community is not a bad thing. Disseminating information is an excellent thing because obviously a lot of people don't know what we're doing and why, which is not great. Sharing information amongst themselves, breaking down silos, also good. And obviously actually addressing our traffic problems, great. So I'd love to get information from staff on how we could best support that sort of work. I'm not sure how to formulate that in less than the 2-3 minutes I just took. Does staff have an idea?
I'm going to ask staff that because this one piece stat is that there's been a lot of work done by school packs to encourage active transportation, to limit the drop-offs or the need to drive. And how much of that funnels up to the trustee level, I don't know. But they've taken they have diverted a significant amount of traffic already. And it's working and it's safe. and that's an option for some. It's just, I don't want to poke holes on this because it's a great start. I just think it needs a bit more work. And then in terms of the length of time, I would say that it would be immediate and short term because we have a transportation master plan that's in place for the other pieces. There's advocacy work. We have a change in potentially. We do have an election coming, and what that lands and looks like, I don't know. But there will be a different MLA for this riding, and this riding will change. That's a fact. So that's where that might change that dynamic. So listing one person by name who would not be representing this area, it just doesn't make sense. He is now, but won't be in the future. We know that. And then yeah. So I would just want to I would look, but I'm going to ask staff in terms of just any thoughts you have on this. It's getting late and I'm drifting here.
Thank you. So procedurally, and what I'm gleaning from council's intention on this, is what I would suggest is that the use of a subsidiary motion, so to stack on top of the amendment to refer this item to staff, to prepare a staff report with options on the motion as presented and to include additional options related to alternative levels of engagement.
Okay. Would someone like to move that? Or okay, go ahead. It's a referral.
If I may, so procedurally, this isn't tabling, that's a different procedural motion. What if a motion is on the table, even with an amendment, it can at any time be referred to staff for information or to prepare a report. So no decision will be made on the motion as it stands, and this will be brought back in front of council with additional information as requested. That is the intent of a referral to staff.
Yeah. Councillor McMath.
So my question is, when will it come back?
At the next possible meeting. Staff does, this particularly affects my department. So the intention would to be to get a report for the next regular council meeting if possible.
Okay, so referral motion to staff, as you so eloquently stated, and I did not write down, would
make that motion.
Moved by Councillor Beto, seconded by Councillor McMath. So it's being referred. Everyone knows what we're doing. So I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? Councillor Pearson is opposed, but that carries.
Hard to see that. I think we need it.
They're going to do their best, as they just said. And yeah, I'm just mindful of the time. We need a motion to meet past 11 by Councillor Bateman, seconded by Councillor St. Pierre. To meet past 11? Okay. You would like to, you've moved it and Councillor St. Pierre seconded it. Would you like to speak to it? Okay.
Most of what remains is actually correspondent, requiring action. It's requiring immediate action because I'm not actually recognizing immediate action. And if so, could we please wait till the next meeting?
I would prefer not to, because that is also going to be a busy meeting before we recess for the month of August. So if you're not prepared to meet past 11 now, it's likely we're going to hit that hour then too. We are starting earlier, but then we'll have to reconvene and meet in camera. So again, it'll just keep building. So I'm going to call the question on meeting past 11. All those in favor? Any opposed? Councillor McMath and Councillor St. Pierre are opposed, but it's carries. So we're still able to meet. Is that correct? Okay. So I have a notice of motion that I'm going to read out just to annoy all of you. I'm just kidding. This one has a slight time sensitivity, so I'll see if you're willing to waive notice. It would be that council directs staff to provide $5,000 from council contingency to the Sooke Community Association to fund the salmon luncheon at all Sooke days on August the 17th, 2024. Okay, so my question would be to waive notice first. Okay, moved by. All right, well, there's Councillor Pearson is moving to waive notice. Councillor Beddoes agrees to on seconding that. So on waiving notice, all those in favor, please. Any opposed? Councillor McMath is opposed. What happens with waiving notice? Does it have to be unanimous?
If I may just have a second to refer to our procedure bylaw.
Yeah, it is. I don't remember. Just. Okay.
Is there, yeah, my screen's gone. Is there a reason this has to happen tonight? Is there some context I'm missing, or could it not come at the next?
Hold on, just, yep. Counselor or. No, just to our corporate officer.
Through the chair to council, the procedure bylaw states that all members present have to agree to waive the requirement. So
Okay,
the notice has not, or sorry. So the waiver has not passed.
Okay, so we're not waiving notice. This is a notice of motion that'll come to the next meeting. And I did get more information from this, from the I can't think at this and write at the same time, from the Sooke Community Association that I'll forward to you, and then those will flow to the next meeting. Okay? Yes. No, you do not need a unanimous to meet past 11. You need to hold quorum, so you'll meet until you lose that. Okay, so I'm sending that, and that's that. Okay. Correspondence requiring action. The question of CRD biosolids. 14.1, Councillor Beddoes has requested that for discussion.
Yeah, thank you. I know it's getting late, but this is an important item for our neighbors and us too. We were recently, all of council was invited to the Wanda Fuca's meeting with their an expert doctor to discuss the possibility of biosolids being dumped on CRD or land out here, forested lands. I had a very interesting conversation there with the doctor, and basically what it is the CRD has a plan for biosolids. The first one, of course, is incineration, and that's not going too well. And the second one is to dump the biosolids from the wastewater into my old mines, and that's not going too well. And the third option was to dump the biosolids on forested lands out in the Wanda Fuca area. And we had a very interesting discussion from a doctor and a number of lawsuits in the States from doing just that. It poisons the land. These biosolids are not clean. They're not just fertilizer. There's chemicals in them. There's all sorts of other products, and it destroys the land. So it's very unanimous out in the Wanda Fuca area, Shirley and Otter Point, that they did not want that in their backyard. So what I'm asking for is if council can request that the CRD send a representative out to answer some questions for us as about their long-term plans for biosolids and the safety of dropping them onto forested lands. So it's basically like them to come out and give us a talk, give us an opportunity for the public to weigh in. It's not just Sooke residents, it's residents for this whole area, because we're interested in promoting tourism. And you can imagine what it's like if we're going to promote tourism and the woods have been poisoned by these chemicals and these biosolids. So just asking that we write, have the CRD come and give us a presentation of what their plans are for biosolids and how it affects the forested lands and the watershed.
Okay, so what we could do is that council direct staff to invite the CRD or to provide a written update on what is happening with biosolids. I had a medical matter and I ended up having to exit the board meeting. And I wasn't able to continue back, so.
I prefer somebody here.
I know, can you let me finish, please? So it was discussed, but I can't follow the bouncing ball in terms of what exactly the board landed on. So it would be good to invite the CRD. I'm just saying that a written letter or a written answer might provide us more clarity sooner than lining up a presentation. I don't know which one's going to come faster. But there were others that were not in favor of that. So I just don't know where it's landed. We may have a presentation to hear that this isn't happening, is my point. I don't know. Okay, date on CRD. Yeah, perfect. So does that work?
Not really.
Okay, well then make a motion then.
Well, I was about to.
Okay, go ahead.
And then I'm saying that I'm asking that staff request they come out and give us a presentation.
Okay,
That
could you
somebody
just want?
physically here that I could answer, I can ask questions of, and they can answer.
Okay. Second. Fine. All right, moved and seconded, and we'll wait and see when that'll happen.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Sure.
Yeah.
Quick comment, it would be interesting to have them out here. They have concluded this three-tier system. On Wednesday at the CRD board, they're looking to issue request for interest in out-of-region solutions, which is very much tier 2. They'll also be discussing the tier 1, the incineration, which is in fact on course for a pilot project operating in the CRD that would eventually, that's the ultimate goal, is to have the incineration of it, which is the best practice worldwide. And the tier 3 aspects, which does include forest fertilization, is we need to hear from the CRD how possible that might be. As I understand it, it's an incredibly long shot and required because the province wants this long-term beneficial use of biosolids. Anyway, it's complicated and I look forward to hearing it again from the CRD.
Perfect. I'll call the question. All those in favor, please. And that's unanimous. The next is 14.2, John Muir School Traffic Safety Concern.
And I threw a motion together, which I sent over to Ms. Bagnall. Do you have that there? So very simply that the mayor write the ministry and School District 62 to share resident Karen Skrupitsky's letter of June 6, 2024 and express strong renewed district support for safety improvements to the parking and drop-off zones at John Muir Elementary School.
Okay.
And I say renewed because it's been raised here in this chamber in my time. Councillor Pearson's discussed it. And I know you have raised it as well.
We raised it directly with MOT
Right.
staff
So
when they were
let's
here.
just put the letter together and fire it off.
Okay, so it's moved. Is there seconded by Councillor McMath? Thank you. Okay, I'll just share that the meeting with the Minister of Transportation keeps changing. So I was going to raise it then as other things, whenever that may be. All those in favor, please. And that's carried unanimously. 14.3, landslide, West Coast Road. Councillor Bateman.
Okay, I pulled this one because it was particularly thoughtful and relevant letter. It discusses I don't know the location of the landslide referenced, but the key point in the letter was that the DPA development permit area regulations in our future OCP regarding oceanfront setbacks require a nuanced case-specific approach rather than blanket 15-meter exemptions. So I brought it forward. I would like staff to put it in their OCP file and keep it, hold it close for later use. Does that require a motion or will staff get that?
Motion to receive.
Yeah. Okay. So moved.
And by Councillor Bateman and seconded by Beddoes. All those in favor? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. 14.4 was pulled by Councillor
Yeah,
Bateman.
and I've been doing this, is pulling these rather significant documents like Ms. Santowski's report to get it in the public record and to show the district, show the public that we are in fact trying our best with multiple approaches to various parties. So I'm glad it was in the agenda, and that's all we needed really for tonight. Yeah.
Yes, so
information.
received
So moved.
by Councillor Bateman, seconded by Councillor St. Pierre. All those in favor, please. That's carried unanimously. 14.5 is childcare spaces. So this is a letter that I basically wanted to receive and forward to staff to report back on a future meeting. We do have a need for childcare in our community. That's been a long growing problem. There is a group that's looking to do some redevelopments and build in both infant, toddler, as well as before and after school care onto the site. Our challenge here, and there is a motion here, is the timing to hit a provincial deadline. This requires a zoning amendment. It requires a rezoning of the parcel, and I'm not certain that it's just hitting that timeline before interregnum happens. So receive this and direct the correspondence to staff for information and to report back on next steps at an upcoming meeting. Because there's an ask of the district, and I don't fully understand it all. But I appreciate that we do need to have childcare. So it's just the pieces involved.
Just want to double check the timing, upcoming meeting. It won't be till September because the consultant working with them is away till the end of the month here. So I won't be able to report back on July 22nd.
So I guess, can we write a letter? I don't know what to do with this one.
I can definitely follow up with them, with the consultant by email before I'm away on my vacation. And then connect and report back in September on next steps or where we're at with this potentially.
Okay.
If you want a formal report, otherwise I can follow up by email with the consultant for Francis Gardens.
Well, I think
and report back to council on what I've heard when I hear back from him, but that most likely won't be till August.
Okay, and I think it's also just notifying the province that yes, we want to participate in these programs, but there is a lot of steps, and to make it all happen by your deadline is going to be challenging unless we cancel a whole bunch of stuff, which isn't reasonable to do with everything in the hopper right now. That's my only thing.
Fair, through your worship, and I can definitely follow up with the province. I was already talking to them multiple times this week about this and mentioned I would follow up after the meeting tonight once I got direction from council on how they wish to proceed with this.
Okay.
But they did indicate there would be potential future intakes. They just don't know for sure what the dates of those would be at this time. They need to see how this intake, but they did acknowledge it was a very short turnaround for this intake, and their feedback they're getting from multiple municipalities is they're asking for a lot in a very short period of time. So I guess we'll wait and see the feedback we receive.
Okay, thank you very much. So then that motion is to receive and direct this correspondence to staff for information and report back on next steps. Moved by Councillor St. Pierre, seconded by Councillor everyone, Beddoes. All those in favor, please. And that's carried unanimously. Okay, there is nothing removed from the consent agenda, and we're on verbal reports. Some of these you may want to hold, but I just want to say welcome to Scouts. There is a small city that is set up just north of here on Otter Point Road. I was there at the opening on Sunday. There's about 3,800 individuals on site. The Scouts have traveled they're all, majority are from across Canada and some as far away as Finland, some places in the States, Australia as well. You may have seen the buses coming through. So I think the challenge they had is that several flights were canceled with WestJet. Groups had to be split apart, redirected in different routes, different times. They had buses pick up the Scouts and their gear, and a lot of other stuff was trucked in. So there was a lot of truck traffic, a lot of things shipped in. For those who didn't want to travel with all the gear, they buy stuff and the groups here organize it and have like a whole box with their troop name on it. So then they have their box with all of their pieces in it. They're out in the community in groups. There's a lot of activities that happen at Camp Bernard, and there's also, I understand that many are signed up for whale watching, many are exploring businesses. There's different adventures that they're on. Some may remain on site, but they're taking advantage of exploring the whole community. So if you see them, please introduce yourself and say hi. You may even get something like this, which is a badge. You may get asked for one, but unfortunately I didn't have a municipal badge because they're all trading and collecting. But pretty awesome group of young people. I'll also share that they had Les Stroud, Survivor Man. He's Canadian. He was on site. He is their chief scout, has been for the last few years. So he delivered a bit of a keynote at the opening. But again, they had to pivot because the heat was coming in and you could see the sun just coming right over the field over all of these young people. But they're doing extremely well, and they will be departing on probably Friday and Saturday and clearing off. Well, they'll be heading home. The ones on the mainland, they walk onto the ferry, they're bused to the ferry, they walk on, and then they get picked up at Swanson Mills and kind of disperse from there on buses or different vehicles and the like. So there'll be a big exodus of traffic heading out. They leave no footprint, or they're very gentle. They don't have any fires while they're on site because it is dense. So you'll have a marked off area and your whole troop has to fit into there, all their cooking, but they have their main site. I understand many of our service groups are involved with helping and lending a hand, running tuck shops, all that sort of stuff. So thank you to all the volunteers and all the businesses that have been supporting this. It's a very inspiring sight to see that many young people gather together with so much enthusiasm. I would just love, it's the most inspiring thing I've seen. The median age of the group is maybe 11, 12. So really exciting group. But next Monday is their community garage sale. So that's where any surplus stuff begins to get sold off. So if you need an emergency kit, picnic tables and the like, you might want to keep that in mind for next week. So that was just the update. It's time sensitive because the scouts are here. And it's super exciting to see them. Anything else that's pressing at this time?
Thank you, everybody.
Okay, into the microphone, no?
Sorry. Yeah, I just wanted to extend a thank you to the council for the participation in Canada Day. It was a good day. Lots of kids. It was just absolutely amazing. The amount of kids that came down there that day. So a good day, and I got dunked. So
I think two of you did. I think at one time there was like a
I had a
raft
better
race.
bathing suit though.
Oh, no. Council once participated in building a raft and racing it. And that often led to injury and many, well, yeah, it wasn't when you tip over, but anyway. Councillor McMath?
It's just one piece. So for about a week and a half, I will be away up just past Squamish, because I am going to be a burn camp counselor. So it'll be, so the BC Burn Fund puts together this camp for roughly 500 children, ranging in ages. And so I will, through the fire department, be a counselor for a week and a half. So I'm going to do my best to hotspot it on the 22nd, but I won't know until I get up there how good the reception is, just as a heads up.
Okay, fair enough. We'll keep that in mind. Then maybe just send a reminder though to staff so that we can look for you virtually there. And thank you for doing that. There's even from the work at Scouts, there's a lot of pieces around mental health coming in already. So that I think that you're there, that would be a great presence to the young people. Councillor St. Pierre? Motion to adjourn by Councillor St. Pierre. That's seconded by Councillor Lajeunesse. Stay cool, everyone.